Hello again, I am Jim Bob and welcome back to F1 Manager 24 and our 2026 playthrough. Tonight it's round 4 and we are heading to Miami. It's a sprint weekend. So here we are then, ready for Miami. We've got a little bit of stuff we need to get done before we can actually get into the Grand Prix weekend. It's the start of a new month, which means we've got to do our pit crew training. We've also potentially got some design stuff to mess around with. And we also need to set a poll up to decide which driver we're going to approach for next season to replace Lance Stroll, who is on his way out. So let's start by getting the pit crew training done. Let's head to our inbox and let's have a quick look at the forecast. It says it's going to be hot. So let's actually take a look at the weather breakdown. Ooh, we have got the forecast of heavy rain on Sunday. That's going to make things interesting. Going to be very hot and dry on Friday and Saturday. So sprint quali and the sprint itself and main quali will all have very hot track temperatures. And that's going to eat through the tyres very, very quickly. Very curious as to how much rain we're going to get on the Sunday for the race. That could be very problematic for some. Let's take a quick look at what everyone else is up to. McLaren have got a new chassis, saying it's one of the best on the grid, and now they're working on new side pods. And Haas, 7th under constructors, Ocon 14th, Behrman 12th. Ocon is one of the drivers that we're looking to approach for next year. There's our monthly car development report, which is always inaccurate, so we never bother looking at that. So let's take a good look at our car here. Yeah, and it doesn't look amazing, does it? Right. Pit crew training. We should be going in with zero fatigue, and because we're going in with zero fatigue and it's the start of the next month, there's a good chance that we'll actually end up with a lot less fatigue than we would normally on this Grand Prix weekend. Let's get a cumulative and check. So we would expect to be at 10% fatigue at the end of Friday, and it's still showing as 0, which is excellent. Then we're at 10% fatigue on the Saturday and 24% fatigue on Sunday instead of 34. So we're actually going to be potentially really good pit crew wise in terms of race day performance, because we're not going to be as tired as we normally are. So there's a good chance, minimal chances of a mistake. I say that, I mean, we've got a 14.5% chance of making mistakes, but we won't get any negative modifiers applied, which is very nice. And it also means that we can get really good training in straight away, because we've got less fatigue to work off before we can get started. So we can get training again a day earlier than we would normally. And we are going to throw in our kind of usual standard week here with a day of pit crew training, a day of car building followed by split training, and then if we give them the Sunday off, we should be nice and low. There we are at the start of the next week, which is good because we want to carry some training through the weekend into the beginning of the next week, ready for Canada. So we've got car building there, and then if we go splits, and see how much extra training we can actually squeeze in and how good that training's going to be. There we go, we're at 14% going into the Sunday, which is really nice. So we've got scope for quite a bit of extra training in here. That takes 17 to 8 to 0, which means we can hopefully squeeze that up. That takes us to 18 to 9 to 0. That's perfect. And then we go into another sprint weekend here in Canada. And there you can see our normal kind of fatigue levels. So 34% coming out of Canada. We will give them the Monday off, and then we'll try and just do a little bit of split training through to the end of the week. Again, I'm wary of them, their fatigue level getting too high. Might have been better to actually give them that day off. Let's do that. And then we'll change that to car building. Excellent, there we go. And then we'll go with some pit crew and speed training there. And then we should be able to do the same here. And by doing it this way round, we're never actually going into peak, over the ideal spot of well rested into fatigued. So that's excellent. And we'll end on 24% as well, which means we should reset our fatigue down to pretty much 0 again at the start of the next month. Excellent. There we go. Pit crew training is done. How you doing, Daniel? How you doing, Dino? Good to see you guys. Hello to everyone else who's lurking in the chat. As always, please do feel free to say hello. And if you've got any questions, ask away, and I'll do what I can to answer those for you. Let's take another quick look at the car. We have got new parts coming, but they're not going to be ready in time for this weekend. They will be ready in time for Canada, though, or at least the underfloor and the suspension will. I don't know about the chassis. We've also got our side pod research project going on. We know that the regulation changes for next season are going to have minor impacts, 10% across side pods, 30% across chassis. So we're going to have to put quite a few ATRs into the chassis to try and minimize any potential losses there. But we also can't completely ignore the rest of the car. So I think going forward, we're going to start doing 2 research projects at all times and really try and boost the rest of the car for next season, as well as still trying to develop this year's car. Do I know the sprint quali result? Yes, I do. I watched the F1 sprint quali highlights on YouTube before tonight's stream, because I figured, someone's going to mention it. So, right, while we are still here, before we go into the Grand Prix weekend, let's go into the scouting and let's get the poll set up to determine who we are going to approach for the vacant seat next season. We have a few candidates to look at. Bortoletto, Ocon, Colapinto and Lawson. So let's create a poll. This poll's going to run for a good while, so you will have a chance to get this in. That's a Q&A. I don't want a Q&A. I want a poll. There we go. So first choice will be Ocon. Second choice, I should have gone Bortoletto. Never mind. Gabriel Bortoletto. Third choice, Franco Colapinto. And fourth choice, Liam Lawson. There we go. So, poll is up. So this is going to determine which of those 4 drivers that we offer a contract to at the end of tonight's Grand Prix. It's not a guarantee that is definitely the driver we're going to sign. It's all going to depend on whether I think that their contract demands are outrageous. But those are the 4 drivers that we have kind of earmarked as potentials, and whoever you guys vote for is the one that we will make the initial approach to, and we will see if I think their contract demands are outrageous. If they're not, then we will go ahead and try and sign them. If they are outrageous, then we will look at maybe one of the other drivers instead. But I want to give you guys the option there. So let's have a quick recap of each driver. before all of the votes come in too quickly. So if you haven't voted, hold on for a second. We're going to do a quick comparison of the drivers. So these are the differences between Bortoleto and Ocon. You can see that Bortoleto has a little bit more pace, is nowhere near as good in defending, but he's a lot younger and his development rate is a lot higher. So there's a lot more potential in Bortoleto going forward than there is in Ocon. Ocon will at some point start to decline. He's in low development rate right now. So might not have much improvement available before he starts to stay static or decline. And let's go back and take a look at Franco Colapinto and Liam Lawson. There we go. So Franco Colapinto, there we can see the difference between these two. We have very little difference in terms of pace. They're both pretty similar. Similar all the way through, actually. A little bit better in overtaking for Lawson. He's definitely a lot better in defending against Colapinto. Reactions are better, accuracy's a little bit better. Similar development rates, there's a bit more potential maybe in Colapinto. And then let's compare against Bortoleto, who does look to be the maybe the best potential, whereas Lawson is probably the best overall as things currently stand. So you can see slight more pace for Bortoleto, a bit better in smoothness. This is where we see Lawson getting some advantage, especially in overtaking and defending. Reactions are a little bit better, but accuracy is not as good. Again, more potential in Bortoleto with that higher development rate over Lawson, but pretty close between Bortoleto, Colapinto and Lawson. Those I think are probably the three best options. Ocon is more of a kind of a fail-safe, I think, given his aging, given his experience has reached a point where he's now not really going to develop that much further. He also might be the most expensive of the drivers as well. So there you go. That's a kind of a summary of the drivers that we're looking at. So cast your votes. Who do you want us to make the approach to? We'll leave the poll up until the race. So once we've gone through qualifying, we will then close the poll and we'll set up a poll to see who's going to actually win the Grand Prix. Right. There is one other thing I want to do, and that's see if anyone's brought upgrades. So let's create a save so that we can stick that into the online database editor. And let's bring that up. There we go. And we'll load in our save. And let's go to performance. And Mercedes have brought upgrades. Doesn't mean they're on the car, but in terms of active development, they have taken a big step forward, and they are miles ahead of Ferrari. Ferrari in second have brought a small upgrade, slightly more substantial upgrades for both McLaren and Red Bull. Alpine have brought another upgrade. They're on a good trajectory. There's a smaller upgrade for Haas. Audi have brought a nice upgrade that's brought them pretty much level. VCarb are about there as well. Williams struggling a little bit. And Cadillac have outdeveloped us. You can see our improvement is a bit static at the moment, but we do have, as I say, 3 new parts coming through. 2 will be ready after this Grand Prix to start going into manufacturing. So we'll have a nice little bump going into Canada. And let's see what's actually fitted. So Mercedes has definitely got the best cars. It's 0.02% difference. Antonelli's slightly better than George. Then we've got Leclerc slightly better than Hamilton. Piastri slightly better than Norris by 0.01%. Hadjar's got a slightly better car than Max, but again, we're talking negligible differences here. Then we've got a slightly bigger gap, a 0.3% difference between Gasly and Colapinto. 0.04% difference between the two Haas cars. A little bit of a gap between the two Audis. Bortoleto has the second best car. It's Hulkenberg who's got the best. Equal performance between the two RBs. Negligible difference between the two. Williams sites slightly better than Albon. Perez and Bottas both have the same spec on their cars, and we have the same spec on ours, and they're on a 34.57% performance index. We're on 34.42, so we're down by 0.15%. That's not too bad. Not too bad. All right, let's go back to our game, and let's set some targets for tonight, shall we? We're going to go 18th for Fernando, and I'm going to go 21st for Stroll, because Cadillac have brought a little bit more performance again, and I just don't trust Stroll. So, there we go.
Once again, we touch down in Miami as F1 returns to the Magic City. We're in the state of year-round summer. The streets of Miami Gardens will come alive with the roar of racing, and the excitement is only just beginning.
In this round, the teams have 2 races to contend with both the Sprint and the Grand Prix offering the chance to bag some championship points.
Let's get this underway.
Alright, so just the one Grand Prix session to get the car set up before we go into Sprint Quali. It's going to be tricky. Evening, yes. Evening, Farah. Evening, Wayne. Good to see you guys. You have no idea on the poll. The poll is basically to determine which driver we send an offer to at the end of this Grand Prix weekend to replace Stroll next season. My personal preference is for Bortoleto or Liam Lawson, either of those two. Colapinto, I think, is slightly worse than the pair of them. Ocon is kind of a last resort, I think, but it's entirely up to you guys. And of course, watching how they get on today might help change things. And there's no guarantee that where the drivers are right now in terms of performance is where they're going to be at the end of the season. Colapinto could end up developing very well this season and ideally be the prime candidate, but we're making the initial offer tonight. So it's up to you guys. Whoever is ahead at the end of qualifying for the Grand Prix itself is who we will make the approach to, and then we'll stick up a new poll based on the results of qualifying as to who's going to win tonight's Grand Prix. Can we see the standings, asks the Ingram family. Yes, once we get into practice, we will pull up the standings. In fact, I can probably do that right now, actually. Let's go back to desktop. Let's bring the browser back up, and if we go to records, there we go. George Russell currently top by 4 points from Lando Norris. Hamilton in third on 46. Antonelli on 40. Leclerc with 35. Max with 34. Oscar with 25. Hadjar with 23. And then everyone else is still in single digits or hasn't scored at all. Let's see, in the constructors, 99 points for Mercedes, 81 for Ferrari, 80 for McLaren, 57 for Red Bull, and 12 for Williams. So there you go. There's a quick look at the standings. We'll go back to our smaller camp and let's get some setups on these cars. So starting here, I'm really not quite sure what I want to do here setup wise. This is one of those circuits that I don't really retain the memory of all that well. So I really don't know. In fact, I am going to go to the book to pick out a starting setup. Let's have a look. Kind of need all the help we can get with our car at the moment. So all right, so looking at some setups in here, we've got quite a few to choose from, as you can see. Quite a lot of Miami setups. I'm just going to pick a couple at random. Let's go with a 6.5, a 13.5, a 4.6, a 3.5 and a 0. I have no idea if this is actually going to be a good one or not. There is quite a bit of leeway in some of these setups. It's about 17 laps around here. We are going to go with 24 laps of fuel. Again, not going to run the whole thing. We're going to call them in as soon as we get feedback, and then from there we're going to try and run them for the rest of the session. So again, 24 laps there, like so, and then set up here. Let's go with something a little different. Let's go with a 7.5, a 13, a 2.8, a 3.5, and a 0.45. There we go. A couple of very different choices. Let's see how those work. We're going to stay with hard tyres. We're not going to need 2 sets of hards for a wet race. Engine parts are fine for practice, so let's hit the track and see how we do, shall we?
Okay, should be green.
Let's see if we have any rookies running today. No one for Ferrari or McLaren or Red Bull. We've got Dirksen running for George Russell at Mercedes. Nakamura is running at Haas. Yep. Felbermeyer running at Audi, and that's it. So not many.
Clear.
Copy.
Lawson is Dino's second choice, but you think I've used him before? I have, but not for a very, very long time. I think that was on F1 Manager 23, or the very early days of F1 Manager 24 on the PS4. I haven't used him on the PC because he still had the slicked back hairstyle and was extremely demanding in terms of car performance. That 13th from Alonso last night is going to carry the team in the battle against Caddy. Maybe. I mean, it's early days yet. I mean, we're still only on round 4. There's plenty of time for someone to sneak a point here or there. Keeping my hopes crossed for a stunning Monaco performance, but somehow I don't think we're going to get it. Right. Let's speed them up. And I knew there was something else I forgot to do. That's what it was. There we go.
Tire temp. How are the tires?
Thought I'd go with something a little bit more casual, no official race trim today. So we've got the cap on because we are the Aston Martin boss, but just a basic Ferrari polo today. Nothing too fancy. Ferrari badge, Puma badge, and then a little bit of white piping to separate the red and the black. That's it. Oh, and there are 3 little red dots on the back below the collar. Nothing too fancy, but it's a nice comfy shirt, and I didn't feel like wearing a proper team shirt or fake team shirt today.
How's balance?
Right, we're in the optimal window for Stroll. That's very encouraging.
Yeah,
Very encouraging. 98%. Ooh, 2 clicks a toe away. 91% for Alonso, so we're not too far off with him either. Let's call them both in.
Okay.
Are you able to change your vote, Dino? I wasn't sure if you could change your vote once you cast it, but I mean if there's a tiebreak. Yeah, okay. I understand now. We'll do a tiebreaker vote. Yeah, I mean, we've not used Colapinto ever outside of a couple of official race replays back when we were doing those when the game first came out. I don't think we've ever used Bortoletto either. Not sure. We have used Ocon in the past, but not for quite some time. I don't think I've used him on 24. I know I used him at some point on 23. And I say, we haven't used Lawson for a very long time either. So all four drivers are drivers that we don't normally go for.
Stop on marks, find boost out revs.
I mean, we've never used Behrman really either. We've tried to sign him and have signed him multiple times, but never actually put him in the car. So we're breaking away from Behrman this time round. At least for now. Maybe in the future we'll make an offer on him. So let's see what we need to tweak. It's going to have to be done here with the tyre camber. Let's go with 2 clicks and then push the front wing back. And let's do that. That might be a bit too much, but we'll give it a go. And then should just be 2 clicks a toe. The question is which way. I'm going to go above and see if that works. And the plan is now to kind of run these guys to the flag, make sure that they get enough basic prep done that if the setup is just off and they don't hit 100%, the setup correction might get them to 100% prep. But when we should be there with Stroll, it's Alonso I'm not sure about. So back out they go. A reminder for any newer viewers, the mods that we use are down below in the video description. I'm also putting chapters in to the replays of the videos. So if you do miss anything on the live stream, you get the chance to actually watch the replay and go to very specific points. I always try and break it up with like a pre-race, then FP1, and then either sprint quali or FP2, the sprint or FP3, then quali, then the race, then the post-race, and you can always see as well by the size of the final chapter as to whether or not we do a lot of stuff or we just literally end and disappear. So yeah, if you do miss anything, you get the chance to go and find a specific point in the stream a bit easier. Behrman became a monster on your PS5 save file, says Dino. Got some 99 rated. Yeah, that is pretty crazy. I mean, let's not forget as well, a lot of the drivers have had their ratings changed from the base game, and also development rates, things like that. So their circumstances are very different from base game files. But yeah, Behrman has that potential. It also depends, I think, as how well he'll develop as to how good the race sim is, how often he's getting put in FP1, things like that when he's, you know, a reserve driver. So that's one thing we do need to invest in. We need to invest in our race sim, get that up to speed and up to level 5 as quickly as we can. I think we're at level 3 at the moment. So the next upgrade will be, I think, about 5 million. And then about 8 million for the last one. Not cheap. But if we're going to be signing a younger driver and looking to boost their development as much as we can, then yeah, improving our race sim is going to be quite high on the list of priorities. Little mistake for Joshua Dirksen.
Look at the
Cutting the
Mercedes.
curb, maybe?
And they
just
can't
going
keep
a
on
little
the track.
wide there.
And they'll find themselves at a disadvantage if they keep on doing that.
No new graphics for tonight. It's still just the safety car deployed banner, which will be getting changed. I do have some ideas, but I'm going to spend the weekend trying to work on those. Almost ready on the feedback. Oh, there we go. We've nailed it with Fernando. That's fantastic news. What about Stroll? Did I get it right? Yes, I did. I went the right way. So there we go. Both cars perfectly set up. I mean, we did have to delve into the book for this for this one because I had no idea what I needed on these setups, but we still had to do a little bit of tweaking. Let's have a quick look at the poll so far. 9 votes. Currently, Bortoletto's leading 33%, so 3 votes, and then it's 2 votes apiece for Ocon, Colapinto and Lawson. Still plenty of time to cast your vote if you haven't done so already. We will be keeping the poll alive until the end of main qualifying. And then we'll do a quick tiebreaker during the Grand Prix if we need to. But we are looking to get a poll up at the beginning of the Grand Prix for the opening 10-15 laps or so as to who we think is going to win the Grand Prix based on how they qualified. We're not going to do that with the sprint because of the driver poll, but going forward we'll do similar polls for the sprints as well. Right, there we go. End of the session. Both drivers kept out until the flag, which is good. Let's see what their prep levels are at, and they are both at 100% prep, which is fantastic news. So, next up then is qualifying for the sprint.
Welcome everyone, qualifying for the sprint awaits us, and we're raring to get going.
So, a reminder then of the weather we are facing this weekend. We've got very hot sun for the sprint quali here. Then we've got very hot weather for the sprint and main quali. And then very heavy rain for the race itself, which could make things very interesting indeed. Let's get ourselves into the Grand Prix. We are not going to change any engine parts. They're still good, still fine. And we have to run the medians. So let's get straight onto the track.
That should be the green light.
So we've got an early Ferrari. That's Charles Leclerc leaving the garage. So he's going to go top before Alonso has a chance to set a time. A little frustrating, but Alonso should hopefully beat Stroll. There's a McLaren coming out. That's Norris. Antonelli coming out as well. So some of the big hitters really getting out straight away. Hadjar coming out, and I saw one of the Cadillacs. It's Bottas. Hulkenberg now leaving the pits. As always with sprints, they're quite short sessions, and this is one of the slightly slower laps. So it makes sense to see a bunch of cars coming out straight away. There is Williams, Albon, Ocon also coming out as well, right behind him. We're still likely to encounter some traffic. It is the downside of going early, but it then gives us a bit more flexibility about when we go out for our next run. See some very weird ghosting around the front of the car here. I don't know how well you can see that. You can see a ghost outline here of the halo, and then ghost lines here of the aerials and antennas.
Good gap ahead. Have fun.
Alright, up we go. Some cars coming out. Stroll got through without getting held up by them, but Alonso might get some issues here. In fact, Stroll might get held up by one of the Audis. Also able to weave his way through past the Red Bull of Verstappen and one of the two Alpines. I think Stroll did get held up. Yeah, Alonso 7/10 quicker. Oh no, we had to lift.
It's impossible with these guys.
And that's killed our pace. Listen to how low the engine is. Oh no. It's ruined us. Leclerc also got held up in Q1 in sector 1 as well. Yeah, we lost we lost the 7/10 we gained over Stroll in the middle sector.
Your P1.
So, just a 10th or so between our two drivers. Neither of them getting particularly good runs. Oops. That's what I meant to do. Norris is top. Leclerc second. Antonelli did not get a clean run. Bottas is quicker than Hadjar. So Hadjar didn't get a clean run either. Ocon pops up into third place. Let's see what his teammate Ollie Behrman can do. Colapinto is about to start his lap. Where is Bortoleto? Bortoleto has started his lap. And so has Lawson. In fact, Lawson, I think, is tucked up right behind Bortoleto. Oh, wow, that ghosting's really bad. Really bad. It's the downside to the ray trace version. Let's try TSR. We might get some sparkly glowy bits if someone makes a mistake, but the ghosting will be less pronounced. Some tracks it's really bad, other tracks it's not so bad. This is one of the tracks where it's definitely a lot worse. So back to Lawson and Bortoletto.
Boxing.
Antonelli gets out of the way. Russell has just gone purple in Sector 1. Max purple in Sector 2. Oh, the Cadillac's in the way.
Box.
Did it get clear? Yes, it did. Lawson very much getting a slipstream here at the end of the lap. Behrman did out-qualify Ocon so far. Lawson goes up to 3rd. Bortoletto up to 8th place. We're waiting on Max, George and Piastri to set a lap, and Hamilton as well. Max goes 7th. Gasly goes to 2nd. Hamilton goes top. Here comes Piastri. As Colapinto goes to P11. Piastri 7th and Russell 11th. So quite a few cars getting held up. Hadjar currently in the drop zone. Five minutes to go. And let's send Stroll now. And then we'll try and be a little bit cleverer timing-wise with Alonso. So, Bortoletto down in P15, Colapinto 14th, Lawson up in P5, and Ocon P9. They are the 4 drivers that we've earmarked in the poll as to who we want to replace us, or replace Stroll. Currently tied between Lawson and Bortoletto. We've had 12 votes so far. They have 3 votes apiece. No, more than that. 4 votes apiece, I think. Then 2 votes each for Ocon and Colapinto. Right, one of the Cadillacs is coming out. That is Perez. No, Perez is already... Yeah, no, it is Perez, because Bottas is out there. So Perez leaving the pit lane. Who else is on that lap? Kimi Antonelli. There he is. How do I feel about Lawson going to Red Bull and Tsunoda going to RB for this weekend? I think it's the right way round. I do think it's, again, a bit of a poison pill for Lawson. He's been having a really strong season this year, and he's going to a team with a car that is arguably much harder to drive than the one he has been driving. So
we're happy with tyres.
There's every chance he might get shown up by Lindblad today.
Okay, remember, mode push, mode push.
Theoretically in the better car, but you would have to say not the easiest car to drive. He's about, what, 4/10 away from Verstappen in qualifying today. Got knocked out in Q2. He's 11th, whereas Lindblad did make it through into the top 10. So we'll start from 10th. Oh, we're getting held up. Getting held up again. Thought we were going to get a clean lap. And it's still a small improvement for Stroll. Everyone else piling out the pits now, including Alonso. He's going out behind one of the 2 Williams cars. I think Sainz. Yeah, it's Sainz, because that's Albon there on track. See how we do in the middle. Tsunoda had a decent little run today. Hope he has a good weekend. I don't think he's ever going to get back into a car full time with Red Bull. I don't know why they just have never... They've never really trusted him to do anything. So He needs to move to another team. The question is, where's he going to go? I suppose Honda is a possible, but it's unlikely. I mean, Alonso is almost certainly going to stay. I think if Alonso was going to, retire, he would have announced it by now. Stroll did not improve in the middle or final sectors, so he is definitely out. Let's see how we get on with Fernando. As we get out of the way of Lando Norris. And this closes us right back up onto Sainz. You've heard Alonso's going to Alpine. I seriously doubt it. I seriously doubt it. I mean, I think if he thinks that there is a chance of success, that the car is going to make the steps it needs to, why would you walk away from an Adrian Newey car and go to a car that has a history of just, struggling to fulfill any kind of potential long term? I mean, how many false starts have we seen Alpine make? They get a bad car and they start to recover quite well, and then they start the next season with a decent car and get a few headlines, and then the car just tails away very quickly. What we're seeing this year, Alpine are going backwards this year. There's just no consistency in that team anywhere at all. But Adrian Newey has this track record of producing very good cars. So I think if Alonso still has the drive, the desire to drive, still has that hunger, then it's going to be Aston, unless he truly believes that there is no point there, in which case I think he'll just retire. I don't see him going anywhere else. Alonso is on an improved lap. Max is absolutely flying at the moment. About to go top. But this has been a good lap so far for Alonso. Is it going to be enough to get us out? We're a 10th up on Sainz on this lap. Across the line. Sainz goes to 9th. We go to 12th. We lost a couple of tenths in the final sector. Colapinto goes up to P3. Max goes top. Antonelli is out. Is George going to join him? Bortoletto is out. George gets up to P3. That puts Ocon out. And that's it. Perez is already done. It's Ocon, Antonelli, Bortoletto, Bottas, Perez and Stroll that are eliminated. Albon just squeaking through in the end. But we have got Fernando through into Q2. Fantastic. Happy days. All right, we're into the next qualifying session. Very rare. I think we made it through in Australia, but then qualified 16th. But yeah, this is encouraging. We're into Q2. Let's try and sneak out at the front car. There we go. Everybody should pile out pretty much straight away, I would imagine. So we want to get that first across the line boost. And there we go. Everybody is on track. So let's pop the sectors up. This is a race where, or a circuit where there can be safety cars, VSCs, and so on and so forth. With cars going into the wall or hitting each other. This corner here, turn 8, is notorious for collisions. You know, cars spinning off into the barrier, bringing out VSCs. The end of the long, I suppose you could call it, kind of a straight here into the Mickey Mouse section is certainly somewhere where lockups can happen, maybe collisions. We don't tend to see too many here at the end of this long straight. We do sometimes see cars locking up into turn 1 as well. There will be opportunities for us to gain places just through other people making mistakes. Or crashing. So the higher we can qualify here, you never know. We may, through very fortuitous circumstances, find ourselves sniffing around that 8th place point. It's going to take a lot, though. It's not something that's going to be an easy presentation. So here we go then on the flying lap. I do hope that Piastri doesn't close us down too quickly. I think we'll be okay. I still want to go defensive at the end of the lap. It's a worry of mine. I do fear that we will have to defend into that final hairpin. 35.8. 6/10 slower in the opening sector than Piastri. Not a big surprise to be that far down. Oh, wow. Russell, 34.6. That's a mighty first sector. 34.7 for Verstappen. Lost another 4/10 to Piastri, so we're down a second to Oscar. 21.0 for Max. Same for George. Max slightly quicker. Hadjar did a 21.0 as well. 21.1 for Hamilton. And Norris. Through the hairpin. Now pushing for the line. How good is our opening gambit going to be? Not great. Looking at the splits, I think we're going to be bottom. We did a 1:33.8. 1.7 seconds behind Piastri, 2.7 seconds behind Max. Russell goes second by half a second. Wow. Did not expect that.
Yeah, copy.
Hadjar, mighty in the final sector as well. Russell not getting a good final sector, but he was in clean air, so not quite. Or was he? He might have actually gone past Behrman, or been held up slightly by Behrman. Just waiting on Lawson to cross the line. There we go. And we are slowest by quite a margin. 0.7 of a second. So it looks like this is it. This is as good as we're going to get. P16. But you never know. Stranger things have happened. We'll see if we can maybe get a slipstream on the next run. I don't know who we're going to try and go out behind. Everyone is considerably quicker than us. So, of our drivers that we are keeping an eye on, Colapinto's 14th, Lawson is 13th, Bortoletto and Ocon are both out so far. A sprint quali is not the be-all and end-all, because, you know, you can see just from the fact that Antonelli got knocked out that, you know, It's not always easy to get a clean run around this circuit in sprint qualies. Right, prepping up for the next run. Leg, or my ankle in particular, is very, very itchy tonight. Stop scratching it. Just gonna make it worse. Let's see. I need to get rid of that. There we go. All right, we're going out very soon. Piastri's already gone. Let's see if we can get out behind one of the Williams cars. Might be a little optimistic there. And that's Lawson coming out behind us. Here comes everybody else. We've had another vote for Franco Colapinto. So Ocon in 4th place right now. Then Colapinto tied at the moment between Bortoletto and Lawson. Pole will stay up till the end of main qualifying. See how bad the glare is. It's quite bad, isn't it? I might turn off the ray tracing. The ghosting is a little bit more pronounced. It makes the onboard, driver helmet cam almost unusable because of the glare. May go back to the non-ray tracing variant that we used to run that will look good but will cause that stuttering at Montreal. So we might wait till after Canada and then do it after Canada. Here we go. See, Albon does 35.4, 35.5 for us. It's not too bad. First sector's not bad. It's the middle sector where we're really going to struggle, I think. I think we did a 35.7 on our first run, so we found a couple of tenths. 21.5 in the middle. 4 tenths down on Albon, 2 tenths down on Lawson. Russell, once again, mighty in that first sector. We're too far away to get a tow behind Albon. Albon goes up to P7, ahead of Norris. We find about 0.6 of a second, but it's still nowhere near good enough. We stay bottom. Lawson's in 10th. Lindblad improves to P9. That knocks out Lawson. Sainz gets knocked out. Hulkenberg improves. Sainz still has a chance to respond. Here he comes. Can he replace Lindblad? Yes, he can. Albon's now in danger. Here comes Colapinto. Gasly's just ahead of him. Gasly improves to P12. Colapinto to a P11, just misses out. Behrman not able to make it through. So there we go. That is it for Q2. We are eliminated. No surprise there. Let's see who sticks it on pole for the sprint. And it's George, who has looked pretty mighty so far on lap times. Lewis is second, Max in third, then Leclerc, Piastri, Norris, Hadjar, Albon, Sainz, and Hulkenberg are your top 10. And of course, the big shock, Antonelli going out in P18 in qualifying for the sprint. So that's it for sprint qualifying. Up next is the sprint itself.
Hello and welcome as our Grand Prix weekend continues, and the sprint will soon be upon us.
The prospect of bagging a few extra points is certainly going to spur these teams on to fight competitively and finish in the top spots.
But who will be victorious in the Miami sprint? We'll soon find out.
Who indeed? Right. Let's just quickly double check, see if there are any penalties or anything that needs to be applied. I don't think there will be. No penalties, no pit lane starts. Noted. Strategy-wise, we are going to go soft tyres and just be a bit careful with them at the start. And then let's put an extra lap of... no. I don't think we'll need the extra lap. We will go aggressive off the line. Evening, Eric. Glad you like the Ferrari Polo. No changes to setups. Again, can't change anything on the car now anyway because it would put us to the very, very back of the grid. P16 start, not too bad for Alonso. Chance of a decent finish, but of course it won't really count for anything. But let's see if we can maybe do something with Stroll. Let's send them to the grid for the start of the Miami sprint.
And here in Miami, it's time for the sprint. And it's lights out, and away we go.
We're off. Let's just see who gets into turn one. Ahead, Hamilton's got the jump. Russell has the inside line. Hamilton's on the soft tyres. There's a few on soft tyres, actually. It's Hamilton, Verstappen, Piastri, Norris, and then our two cars. Everyone else on mediums. Alonso has gained a place as Hamilton gets into the lead. We've got ahead of Behrman. And Stroll has got ahead of Perez. And there we go, P15 it is for Fernando Alonso. What happened with Antonelli? He did not get a clean run in qualifying and therefore went out in P18. Has lost a place to Bortoletto here at the moment. Oh wow, we get jumped by both both of the Haas cars there. We'll try and get back past Ocon and do so. Tyre temps are going to start to skyrocket now.
Copy. Okay, back off.
Okay.
Charge on.
Go.
Charge on.
Okay.
So, P16, back where we started. Stroll still ahead of Perez. Ocon's going to throw it up the inside.
Yes.
Hamilton leads at the end of lap 1 from George Russell. Max is 3rd, Oscar 4th, Leclerc 5th, Norris in 6th. Then it's Hadjar as Norris gets ahead into P5. Looks like he went around the outside of Leclerc into turn 1. And Leclerc did not get a good exit. He's lost a lot of ground already and under immediate pressure from Hadjar and Albon.
We have the slowest car on the street.
Ocon has got through and overtaken Fernando again. Perez has got ahead of Stroll.
Cool rear left if you can at all.
We're going to really protect the tyres in these early laps.
Copy.
As there goes Antonelli. We knew he was going to come through at some point. So not that surprised to see him go flying past us. And he immediately goes straight on the attack against Ocon and gets Ocon as well. There we go. He's through. And looking to make up some places. Behrman gets ahead of Lawson. Just looking to bring our tyre temps down. We're back ahead of Perez again.
Good job.
My hope is that if we can just hang on. Let's see if we get a very happy Stroll. We should do. My hope is that we'll get a lot of extra tyre grip available over the rest of them at the end of the race by doing this.
Oh, see that, man?
He's like a child. So proud of himself, isn't he? Bortoletto has gone through. Yeah, we're going to take a fair bit of pain in these opening laps by running our tyres very, very low like this. But we want to keep those temperatures under control, keep the wear rate down so that all these cars on mediums in front will hopefully overheat theirs in traffic. And we'll have an advantage in the closing stages to try and make up a few more places. Again, there's nothing really on offer for us in the sprint. It's more of a kind of a glorified test session at the moment. But we do still want to try and beat the Cadillacs. Right, very tight at the front. Russell trying to get the inside line through the Mickey Mouse section over Hamilton. There is Verstappen as well, right behind, and the two McLarens. Leclerc in 6th place, still fighting with Hadjar, and Hadjar has the run. But Leclerc got the better exit. It's now a drag race into the hairpin. And Hadjar, I think, will win that. George goes up the inside of Lewis. And Hadjar's through. Russell is through. Lewis looking to come back. Max sniffing around as well. The two McLarens are side by side with Max as well. They're 3 wide through turn 1. And Max has lost out to both McLarens, but it's a slow exit from Piastri, and Max is able to go straight back round again. That was crazy. And here he goes back on Norris. Wow. Superb racing. We're going to switch our attention to Hadjar to watch this from Hadjar's perspective here. But the whole field now, from 1st down to 11th, is in a train. And a little gap then to Gasly. And then a little gap to us at the back. A lot of trains. Alright, our tyre pace can go up again now. Now that tyres are cooled down a bit. Hamilton's going after George again. Russell under pressure from Norris. Not Russell, sorry, Max under pressure from Norris. 15 laps to go.
Okay, yeah, okay. Okay, charge on.
Okay.
And still, everyone is just with, right next to each other. Let's jump forward a car to Piastri, get a cleaner view. Russell and Hamilton side by side into the slow section. Leclerc now looking to try and fight back against Hadjar. It's just tight everywhere, isn't it? Going to send Alonso on an attack run in a moment. Try and break away from Bottas.
Copy. Copy.
Copy.
Okay, copy. Okay.
There we go. We get through. Now, can we pull away? Let's get Stroll to push up.
Copy.
While we're trying to break away, let's turn our attention here. Russell and Hamilton in a little fight of their own. Max has dropped back a bit, having to defend from the McLarens. Piastri's got ahead of Norris. Hadjar still keeping Leclerc at bay. Those two starting to slip back just a touch. Max pushing on, trying to get back onto the front two.
Okay to push.
Welcome back, Farah. So we've got a little bit of a break away here from Bottas. Trying to get Stroll onto the back of Valtteri as well. He's taken about a second and a half out of him. Valtteri is closing back up as we ran out of battery. I'm just hopeful that we can stay far enough ahead that he doesn't slow us down. Track temperature 41.7. These are the kind of track temperatures we can expect in qualifying as well for the Grand Prix. And then, of course, we've got a very wet-looking Grand Prix on the radar. So who knows what we're going to experience there. Stroll is now onto the back of Valtteri.
Let's use the free air.
Yep.
But he's out of battery. Don't think he's going to be able to get through. Not quite.
All driving and management, very good.
Okay. Okay.
But this does now give
Okay, charge
Alonso
on.
a chance to try and break clear now that we've got Stroll. Making
Okay.
Valtteri pay attention to his rear view mirrors, his wing mirrors.
Copy.
It's also going to give Fernando a chance to close up on the
can
cars
pick
in
up the
front.
pace now.
And, wow, they got a bad exit, and then we lost a huge amount of speed. We haven't got any
Okay, copy.
battery to try and launch a counter-attack there.
Copy. Copy.
Max has got an issue.
Vibrations are picking up a little. Okay.
Stomach's growling. Haven't eaten.
Copy.
Might order out tonight.
Still okay?
Not close enough yet. Lap 9, Russell still leads from Houghton, Verstappen third, then Piastri from Norris, Hadjar and Leclerc.
Okay.
Copy.
Cool. Rear left if you can at all.
Yeah.
Copy. Copy.
It's a bit of a waste, unfortunately.
Copy.
No pole on my takeout.
Mode push.
Yep.
The final 10 laps, it's still Russell and Houghton at the front. Max dropped back again just a little bit. He has got that issue. And now the McLarens have dropped back as they're fighting amongst each other. That's allowed Hadjar to get right in there as well. Leclerc also there or thereabouts. Sainz has dropped away as Albon's caught him. Those two fighting over the final points position with Colapinto in close attention as well.
Okay.
There is a hope of getting Stroll ahead of Bottas. And it's a pretty bleak hope. And we've once again lost ground. Having to defend from Valtteri. Oh, Hamilton's in the pits. Oh, other soft runner's going to box. Let's see, that might mean Max and the McLarens will be in soon. You know, I might do the same, you know. Let's do the same. Let's really go for it on these next couple of laps and then box and see what we can do. Hamilton gets out. Oh, just in front of Kimi, who has not really made that much progress. He's still down in 15th place. Ocon and Bortoletto swapping places. Russell now has a golden opportunity to just run away with this. He's 4 seconds clear of Max. And probably isn't going to stop. Is Max going to stop? No, Max stays out. What about the McLarens? They're staying out as well. Thought I just heard the squeal of a lockup, but no notification of that. Norris throws it up the inside of Piastri and gets that move done. Piastri, you see, just losing a huge amount of speed mid-corner. And has already been dropped into Hadjar's clutches.
Okay.
I'm looking now and I'm thinking, is it worth the stop? I'm going to do it anyway.
Box now.
Okay. Yes. Box first. Copy.
Yeah, copy, mate. Copy.
I'm going to switch him round. I'm going to box Fernando this lap. And Stroll next lap.
Box.
Right, running out of laps in the sprint. Let's take another look at the pole and see how it's shaping up. It looks like it is going to be a tiebreaker at the moment between Bortoletto and Lawson, although Colapinto is only a vote or two behind. Oh, bad stop. God damn it.
How much we lost on the pit stop?
About 2 seconds, Fernando. That's how much we lost.
Now there's been an issue in the pits.
A reminder that this poll will close at the end of qualifying for the race. So still a little bit of time left to get your vote in.
How much we lost on the pit stop? 4?
Right, we should at the very least be able to pump in some quick laps. Whether we'll actually overtake anybody is another matter. But it's a sprint.
Yep.
You know, we're not going to be anywhere close to troubling for points. Let's have a little bit of fun. Why not? Why not indeed? Hamilton's back up to 11th place with his brand new tyres. We are 16 seconds off the back of Perez. See how quickly we can hunt him down. As our tyres come up to temperature. There we go.
Okay.
Stroll into the pits.
Copy.
It's a better stop. They'll still come out behind Fernando. But a better stop. We're now 14 seconds behind Perez. And we have 6 laps to just thrash the car.
Ahead is Alonso. 3.3.
See what we can do.
Okay.
Russell has pretty much got this in hand now. Max, though, is a comfortable second place. Leclerc has split the McLarens, and Piastri has dropped back into the clutches of Hadjar. Hadjar now getting through. It looks like these soft tyres are struggling. If Leclerc can get through quickly and cleanly, he might have a chance to go after Max, but I don't think he's going to get enough time left for that to happen. Hamilton now back up into 10th place, hunting down Albon and Colapinto and Sainz. And Piastri and Hadjar. So he's not far away from a potential 5th place. I'm now 11.8 seconds behind.
Charge on.
Okay.
We'll get Sainz. We'll get Perez. I'm pretty confident of that. I don't know if we'll get anyone else. Let's open up the lap times.
Okay, copy. Understood.
Yeah, down to about 10.5 seconds, 11 seconds. Yeah, Russell lapping 7/10 quicker there, but Max lapping a lot quicker than Norris, because Norris is having to defend here against Charles Leclerc. Hadjar hasn't broken away from Piastri yet. So his pace should pick up as soon as he does, if he does. Not a guarantee he will. Hamilton's still down in 10th. Now gets past Alex Albon into 9th place. One more for a point. And his soft tyre gamble hasn't really paid off, but it is at least getting him back towards the points. We're still 11 seconds behind. Tyres starting to overheat a little bit now. But we did take another chunk of time out of Perez. I think it's the first sector where we're getting the bulk of that time by the look of it. Russell's just racing away now. It's 9.5 seconds clear. Yeah, we were 1.7 seconds quicker than Perez. Big gap though. 4 laps to go. 3 laps for George. Leclerc still not able to get past Norris. He's side by side but hasn't got the traction. on that tighter line. Can he get him into turn 1? He needs to get through. Hadjar needs to get past Piastri as well and still can't. They're 3 wide nearly into turn 1 as Colapinto and Sainz are fighting right in front of Hamilton. That's stopping him from getting into the points. I'm sure Farah's loving that. And Dino. They are the vegetarians of the chat because they're very much anti-ham.
Copy.
He's just left and right, trying to find a gap to throw the car up the inside. 3 wide. Ooh, it's Hamilton who has to back out of it. We've got the gap down to 7.6 seconds. We might not even get Perez. Let's really go for it.
Copy. Understood.
No more lifting coast.
Yeah.
And this fighting is allowing Albon to close back in a bit. Here's a chance for Lewis. He's late on the brakes, gets alongside Sainz. And he does get through into the points. Can he immediately get past Colapinto as well? Oh, and Sainz coming back at him. Yeah, I didn't say it was a very good joke, Farah. Hamilton has at least got back into the points. It's still Norris ahead of Leclerc here. Hanging on for dear life. Hadjar now looking to break away from Piastri. So Hadjar might be on the back of these two very quickly.
Copy.
Is this the opportunity? No, Norris again, just shutting him down.
Yeah.
Okay, charge on, charge on.
Welcome back, Wayne.
Okay.
Hamilton's cleared Piastri, Colapinto and is pushing on Piastri. He's there. He's on Piastri. He's going for the overtake already. Final lap, George has got this so comfortably in hand. Hamilton gets through back to 6th place.
A bit more lifting coast, please.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, maybe P5 is on the offing, in the offing here for Lewis. Still Norris holding back Charles Leclerc, and there's Hamilton. That's how much he's suddenly closed up. He was 3 seconds quicker than these two on that last lap, and he was overtaking people on that last lap. So it wasn't a completely clean run. We're on our final lap and we just about caught Perez as here comes Charles Leclerc, this time surely. And he gets through and I think, yes, he has shut the door on Norris. So that should now be 3rd place secured for Charles Leclerc. How Norris's tyres are still hanging on at a decent pace, I don't know, but it's finally come apart for him. Can we get through?
These tires, they feel good. Copy.
Russell wins the sprint.
George Russell did so well today. He really deserved that sprint win.
And and their hard work is rewarded with maximum points.
Congratulations to Russell. Can we get no take of our own here? If I do have takeout, it'll probably be chicken. I might not order out. I might just grab a curry out the fridge or something.
Copy.
It's going to be a Hail Mary in the braking zone. And we're not close enough. We don't have any battery left, nor does he. It's too short a run. Ah, damn it. So our soft tire gamble did not pay off. But I didn't think it would do. I thought we'd do better than we did, but I didn't think we'd get back up into a high position. Antonelli really did not make any progress at all, did he? After those early overtakes.
Unfortunately for Fernando Alonso, there were no points to be had in the sprint for him.
Unfortunately for them, they finished in P21 and, to be perfectly honest, have a long way to go.
All right, chill out, Karoon. Jesus. Laying it in a bit thick there. All right, so confirmation of the sprint results. It is George taking the win ahead of Max and Charles Leclerc. Norris hanging on for 4th place ahead of Hadjar. Hamilton fought back up to 6th place after that pit stop for fresh tyres. Oscar 7th, Sainz in 8th, got the final point there ahead of Colapinto and Albon. A little bit further down in 11th place was Gasly, then Hulkenberg, Lindblad, Behrman, Antonelli, who made 3 overtakes relatively early on and then made no further progress at all. Lawson in 16th, 17th for Ocon, 18th for Bortoletto, 19th for Bottas, 20th for Perez, and then we were 21st and 22nd. Not great.
Now it's time to see who'll come out on top as qualifying gets underway.
The Miami International Autodrome has some lovely long straights, but a driver still needs to have total trust in their car setup to get a fast qualifying lap. Turns 14 and 15 in particular are the ones that catch the drivers out in qualifying.
Karoon, if we could perhaps talk about Lewis for a moment. How do you think he's feeling?
They must be feeling good after their fast lap times in practice. Confidence can do great things for a driver, so I'm excited to see how they handle qualifying.
Strap yourselves in. This is Formula One.
All right, qualifying time. Luckily, the car is in excellent condition. At least, setup-wise. Engine parts. I'm going to throw in a new engine, and we'll save that engine for Monaco. There we go. We will get a new ATR. A new engine upgrade after Monaco as well. Let's not forget, with that first of the Aduos. First engine turning point upgrade. So, into qualifying we go. And it's a little bit cooler. And leave it a little bit longer for Alonso before we send him out. Let a couple of other cars get out. I want to try and avoid traffic for our first run with Alonso.
Just get some brake temp here. Yeah.
Also want to monitor the tyres. See if they heat up properly with these slightly cooler track conditions. Looking at the poll, Lawson has taken the lead. He's on 33% of the vote. Tied for second, it's Colapinto and Bortoletto, 28% each. Ocon lagging behind with 11%. You have until the end of qualifying to get your vote in. So not long left, about 20 minutes at most, depending on whether we make it through into Q2 or not. Right, tyres do fire up comfortably for Stroll. Oh my God, Stroll, you muppet. He clipped the barrier as well. There's a little noise. Don't think he's damaged the car, but...
And it looks as though there's been an incident for Lance Stroll.
muppet.
Okay.
Yeah, we need a Stroll counter, don't we? That's one incident per weekend so far.
Yeah, crash.
But he hasn't damaged the car, which is the amazing thing. How he's got away with that, I do not know. We'll keep him out. Get a lap on the board, and his confidence is
Your
ruined.
tire temps are good. Good gap ahead. Charge off, mode push. Charge off, mode push.
Colapinto gets through. That's not that surprising. Stroll is in number 3. Yeah, this lap isn't going to be anything special. It's just now about trying to repair that confidence level a bit before the next run. Every personal best sector will bump it up a little bit. Completing the lap will bump him up a bit more as well. And then it will just naturally start to recover. How much slower was he? 2.5 seconds. He lost 1.2 seconds in the opening sector getting overtaken. So that's half of that. But the rest was, you know, not a great lap and running in dirty air as well. All right, moving over to Fernando. Let's hope for something a little bit better here for Alonso as we get out of the way of Sergio Perez. There's Valtteri warming up behind, and one of the McLarens, that is Lewis Hamilton. Not McLarens, sorry, Ferraris. All right, what does Perez do across the line? He goes to P6, 1.19 seconds away from Norris, who is top. Lindblad has started his lap. We are going to have to get our way past Perez here. And I get the feeling it's going to be in a bad spot. Antonelli up to third. So that lap should secure him through into the next session.
Yeah, it's impossible with these guys.
We'll have lost a little bit of time behind Perez there, but not much. Maybe a tenth or two. Norris gets out the way. I think that's Lawson in front of us. No, it's Lindblad. No, it is Lawson.
Switch the pit limiter on, and you can stop on the
He needs to get out of the way quickly.
Revs and then switch off.
Little delay there. Antonelli getting out of our way as well. As does one of the Audis, that is Hulkenberg, making his way back to the pits. Lindblad up to fourth, 6 tenths away. Hamilton's had an awful middle sector. He lost 2 seconds to Alonso in the middle second. Here he comes. We are 6 tenths, well, 5.5 tenths down on Valtteri. That's not good. Hamilton's slowest of everybody so far, 3.2 seconds away. But he lost a huge amount of time in the middle sector. Max is flying. Whatever that fault was in the Grand Prix has translated into a worn component in his engine for the race. Or for qualifying, as you can see by the yellow exclamation mark there. But at least it's not suffering with an issue. It's just, taking some wear damage. He goes top, so he's still quick. 6.5 tenths clear of Norris's time. Behrman pops up into second, just ahead of Norris. What can Pierre Gasly do? Gasly goes to P5. He's quicker than Antonelli. Let's do... How much time we got left? 10 minutes. Let's do another run, but on the same tyres. Why not? Also getting out of Lawson's way.
Just make sure you get some brake temp.
Okay.
And across the line, P8 for Liam Lawson. He's slower than Colapinto, but I think the Alpines are a slightly better car this weekend. Lindblad is behind by 1/10 of a second. And there is Bortoletto, yet to set a time. And Ocon starting his lap now as George leaves the pits right behind him.
Okay.
Yeah, tires are looking good. Clear ahead. Remember,
Right.
mode push.
Stroll crosses the line to start his lap. Ocon, to complete his lap, goes up to P4. Behind Behrman. Albon gets up to P10. There's a lot more pace to find, I think. The track is rubbering in. Yeah, you can see it's definitely higher than where it was, and it's going to rubber in a bit further at the end of the session as well. But of course, that's when everyone's going to be on the track. So we are going to get some traffic messing with people's laps. I have no doubt of that. 35.7 for Stroll. It's not a great first sector, but confidence still recovering. And he's on scrub tyres now. He'll definitely be in a better shape for his second run. Sorry, for his third run on new tyres. Did not find any improvement in the middle sector. That's Hadjar behind us, who is definitely quicker than us. He's about 9/10 of a second quicker. We've got a Cadillac in front. It's going slow.
Impeding, massive impeding.
Wasn't the quickest at getting out of the way there. Let's see what the final sector looks like as Alonso's on his lap now. So there is an improvement for Stroll.
Okay, you're currently P16.
Confidence has almost got back into good.
So let's press in button.
Or higher, as I should say. A couple of tenths quicker in the first sector for Fernando. Traffic ahead. Oh, crap. Get out of the way, Max. Damn it, Max. Yeah, terrible middle sector. Going into the third sector as well, so it won't be a great final sector for Alonso here. Little lift, waiting for Hulkenberg to move out the way. Bortoletto moves up to 9th place. George is only P5 at the moment. Leclerc crosses the line. He's been impeded. And he's going to be right up against it time-wise to get another run in. So we might be losing Charles Leclerc here. Alonso has not improved enough, if at all.
Okay.
You see Stroll found very little, half a tenth in the opening, in the second run. Alonso did find a small improvement, about 3/10. Yeah, Leclerc is really up against it here. He'll have time, I think, for another run, but it will be a little tight. And if he gets pulled over by cars on flying laps while he's warming up, there is a risk he might not make it across the line in time to start his own flying lap.
Turn the pit limiter on. Stop on the marks, find pre-start rev, switch off.
There's a Cadillac in front of Hamilton here. It's Valtteri. Gets out of the way pretty quickly. I don't think Hamilton will have lost much time there. In fact, he goes purple in the first sector. Strong middle sector as well. This is a very quick lap here for Lewis Hamilton. Gasly pulls over, gets out the way.
Okay, just get a little brake temp.
Okay.
And in front is Antonelli. There he is, just starting his flying lap. Hamilton goes second, so he's secure. Hoping to get no pressure from behind, but we've got a McLaren leaving the pits. Antonelli now goes purple in sector 1. Is Stroll going to get in the way here?
Copy.
Bortoletto has tied up a vote in the in the driver approach poll, which could be ending in the next minute or two. Oh, Antonelli getting delayed here at the end of the lap by by Nico Hulkenberg. But he should be safe, regardless. Leclerc has made it out to start his lap.
The tyres looking very good from our side.
And Antonelli improves to
Good gap
P3. Right, here is Stroll.
Remember, mode push, mode push.
Got an Alpine in front, that's Gasly. Get out the way, Pierre Gasly. Nice. First sector split coming up. 35.4. Personal best. Stroll's confidence now almost back to where it should be. That should be higher than that, but I mean, almost back to its starting level. Alonso now starting to push as well. We're going to focus in on Fernando, because he is our best chance of actually getting through. Stroll's had a good middle sector as well, by our standards. Good first sector for Isaac Hadjar, 34.7. Stroll coming up to the line. Oh, god damn it, we're getting blocked. Stroll is through into 16th right now. Leclerc has started his lap just in time as well. He's almost out of time. Piastri looking mighty quick. Now Russell looking quick. And Alonso is out. He's not going to improve enough to get through after having to lift on the back straight. We'll let him finish the lap. Purple for Russell. He's looking very quick. Hadjar is top at the moment. Stroll in danger of getting bumped. Well, he is going to get bumped. Leclerc's going to bump him unless he gets really badly blocked, and I don't think he will. Bortoletto in front is pushing. Piastri up into P3. Russell crosses the line, goes top by half a second. That is mighty impressive. Alonso crosses the line. He is the slowest. Did not improve at all because he lost so much time in the middle sector. Leclerc gets up into P2. He's safe. Stroll is out. That is a shame. So, it's Russell who put it top, eliminated in Q1. Lance Stroll ahead of Sainz, Hulkenberg, Perez, Bottas, and Alonso, bringing up the rear. Did not get a clean run at the end there. Might have been able to get ahead of Lindblad. And it was very close between Lindblad and Stroll, just less than a tenth of a second. Let's see Sixon on pole. And it's Kimi. Kimi will start the race on pole position ahead of Norris, Hamilton in third, then Hadjar, Russell, Leclerc, Piastri, Verstappen down in eighth, Albon and Gasly 9th and 10th. So out in Q2 was Bortoleto, Lawson, Behrman, Lindblad, Ocon and Colapinto. We're going to close the poll down. We do have a tie. A tie between Bortoleto and Liam Lawson. So we will have a tiebreaker later on in the stream. But the next poll is going to be who puts it, who wins the Grand Prix. Let's start prepping for the race itself, shall we?
We're almost ready to go here in Florida as we look forward to 57 laps of F1 racing.
The Miami Grand Prix arrived onto the calendar in 2022 with much fanfare, and F1 history is still very much being written here. Drivers have to take chances around the street circuit and hope those chances turn into victory.
Spectacle is the name of the game here in Miami, with the stadium at the heart of this track. With long straights and S-bends, not unlike Suzuka's Sector 1, proper ERS management is sure to give drivers an edge towards victory. Well, there's nothing quite like it. Welcome along to race day.
Right, do we have any kind of penalties? Well, pit lane starts to worry about. Nope. So, strategy. Let's have a look. So, Fernando thinks Inter's all the way through until the closing stages. Let's take a look at the prediction. Remember, our weather center A is rubbish, and B is also being used by sponsors, so it's going to be even more rubbish. But let's have a look at the track graph. Yeah, that looks very high, doesn't it? We're starting at 1.92 mil, which suggests we are going to go into wet territory for a bit, and then down back to inters, back to wets, and back to inters again. At 2 mil, starting on the wets, probably not going to do us much good. We have to start on the inters. But I think we're going to need to go inters to wets. Sort of maybe around about here. And then back to inters. Maybe somewhere around about lap 20. And then maybe we'll need another set of wets. We'll go with something like that as our rough kind of plan. As far as fuel goes, we can take some fuel out of the car. It's 57 laps, 1.3 kilos per lap. We're going to take, let's see, 5 laps of fuel out. Go aggressive off the start. And then we'll do the same with Stroll. Not going to mess with his strategy. We'll just base it off Alonso's. And once we actually get on track and see what the weather's going to do. We do want to change his starts. We've done that 5 laps. Okay, let's get the pole up and running. So, Again, we only have 4 options. So we will go with those who I think are most likely, factoring in on sort of general performance and wet weather skill as well. So these will be the 4 options. We're only going to keep this up for the opening 10 laps of the Grand Prix. So if you disagree with one of the 4 choices, then you'll need to write that in underneath. Because we only have, as I say, the ability to put 4 options in. Let's see. I've got something tickling the back of my throat constantly tonight. Apologies for the constant coughing. So there we go. We have a new poll up. Who is going to win tonight? Antonelli, Hamilton, Norris or Russell? I think those, based on qualifying, are the 4 likeliest contenders. We're only going to keep this poll up until the end of lap 10. And then we're going to close it down and open up the head-to-head poll between Bortoletto and Lawson as to who we hire. So, yeah, you don't have long left to make, to get your vote in. And we are prepped and ready. Let's pop a quick final break in, and then we'll get the Grand Prix underway.
Well then, it's not long until we get started here, and we should be in for a tightly contested race.
I'm seeing wet tyres on Antonelli.
And the cameras
And
now
Cadillac.
shift to Sergio Perez.
Ooh, so we might have a chance to sneak some places early and then hope that we can just pull enough of a distance to actually get past some people before we have to box for wets.
Shall we? Here we go with the Miami Grand Prix.
I'm thinking, is that the whole grid on wets?
And it's lights out, and away we go.
Pause and have a look. So Leclerc is on Inters, Max is on Inters, Behrman, Stroll and Alonso all on Inters. We have a real opportunity to gain a lot of places here, and Leclerc and Verstappen have a chance to try and sprint into the lead. Let's give our drivers the best opportunity to actually make some overtakes by getting them in clean air and on the attack. Now let's take a look at the actual weather situation before we get this race going. Wet in 4 minutes, so we don't have long on these tyres. But track temperature very much not in, or track conditions very much not in favour of anyone on the wet tyres. We will switch to Norris and see who gets off the line well. Here we go. It's not a good start for Norris or Hamilton, really. Antonelli got a good start. Hadjar got a good start. Stroll's up to P15. Leclerc P5, Max P6. Alonso's up to P19 already. Behrman gets past Lindblad. No, Behrman was trying to get past Bortoletto. Leclerc up into third place as he goes past Hamilton and Hadjar. Stroll gets past Lindblad. We're kind of boxed in at the moment. Alonso looking to make another place or two.
Okay, that's good. We're currently P13.
Antonelli and Norris fighting. Leclerc and Max third and fourth. We're making some good progress. Stroll currently 14th, about to go back into 13th. Alonso fighting Sainz for 18th. And Stroll's going to move up into 12th here. Evening, Victor.
Good job.
Leclerc's into the lead. Now, that was critical for him to get into the lead at the end of lap 1 because that gives him an opportunity to try and win this Grand Prix.
And let's go charge on, please.
Because he can really push now while everyone's struggling. The track's actually dried up by 0.2 mil since we started, but we know that big rain is coming, and soon. Very soon. Just a couple of minutes away. We've got up to 11th with Stroll. We're stuck behind Behrman, who gets past Alex Albon now. Alonso's up to P14. That's Piastri just ahead of us. We're in 10th.
Good job.
Are we going to have to pay 1.25 million to Stroll today?
Yes!
No! Max now is through past Norris, but he's 4 seconds behind Charles Leclerc. Alonso trying to find a clear window to get through. And finally is able to get a position to make the move on Lawson. Track still 1.75 mil. We have to keep pushing while we can.
Let's use that K1.
Behrman now up into 6th place as he jumps a couple of people. We've got past Piastri. That's Hamilton in front. Stroll right behind Hadjar, Russell and Hamilton and Antonelli as well.
Let's go!
Alonso suddenly up into 11th place. He just rocketed past loads of people. Using that battery and the ability to be much better on the brakes in these corners. Stroll looking to find his way past George Russell.
No more overtake.
And now the rain's coming. We're at 2.3 mil. And I mean, it's been an exciting start, but it hasn't given us enough space to the cars around us to really capitalize on it. But it's been amazing to watch our drivers side their way through. Stroll's up into 9th place and is trying to overtake Russell and Hadjar. I mean, that's crazy. Alonso on the back of Piastri. How long is it going to stay wet for? Too long to stay out. Yeah, we have to switch. It's such a shame.
So we'll box now. Box.
Copy.
Alonso's going to have to stack. Not really much we can do about that.
Happy to box.
And if we could have gone another lap, I would have done, but we can't. Oh god, it does that shitty. Oh, I'd say it's worked out quite nicely. It's put Alonso in front of Stroll, but it's done that really shitty thing where if we're trying to box and we're in, someone goes side by side with us, we come to basically a standstill to let them through before we pull into the pit lane. Even if we're on the outside, so we're going to direct run straight to the pits. It's fucking stupid. Right, a 2.7 second stop for Fernando. A 2.9 second stop for Stroll. We're back at the back of the grid again, but we'll have fresher tyres. Those wets will have overheated a fair bit. Just to give you an idea of how much, let's take a look at Hulkenberg's car. His tyres are at 60%, look. 66%. That's how much they've overheated in the very, very low conditions, or low water conditions. And there we go. Track is fully wet.
Okay, more lifting coast, please.
Yeah.
And in the grand scheme of things, we're only 7 seconds behind Perez, so it's not too bad. Not too bad. Right. We're still waiting on the front runners to box. That's surely going to happen now. They've got a healthy margin. But it's not enough. Wow, Leclerc's staying out. Oh, what a shame. After such a great start, they've made the wrong call. Let's see what Behrman does. Behrman stays out as well. And now he's going to start losing a lot of time per lap. And you can see that Antonelli was quicker by over a second on both Max and Charles last time round. Ocon's into the pits. So this is to change wets, isn't it? For another set of wets. If we see this with a lot of other cars having to box to change their wets, then this is going to work out beautifully for us.
Charge on, charge on.
Yep.
Yeah, changing his wets, look. So this might actually still come really good for us, but it's very much the wrong decision. You can see Antonelli was 10 seconds behind. It's 7.5 seconds now. And coming down very quick. It's too wet for Inters. That's why we didn't do another lap. I mean, we could possibly have got away with it, but... So Ocon is behind us. And we are closing in very fast here on Perez. Gap down to 4 seconds. Antonelli now just 5.5 seconds behind Verstappen. Those two need to box. They're undoing all the hard work they did in the opening couple of laps. And they're staying out. Or at least Leclerc is. And so is Max. Oh dear. Behrman is slipping back down the order. Is he going to box? No, he's staying out as well. And he's going to be a sitting duck in the corners now. Gasly able to just keep his car alongside enough to keep the door open, and now he will easily take that corner. Inter's become absolutely useless at anything above 4 mil. And you can see it's going to be wet for quite some time. We're now just 2 seconds behind Perez. And Antonelli's just 2.5 seconds behind Max. Yeah, like I said, all that hard work they did at the start, completely undone by staying out too long on these inters. They took the brave gamble, like we did, of starting on inters, and then did not get off them when they should have done. We're on lap 6. We'll be closing the poll for who's going to win this race at the end of lap 10. Currently, Antonelli has the majority of the vote, ahead of Russell, then Hamilton, Norris. No one thinks Norris is going to win. We saw that last night, and Norris won. So let's see what happens tonight. As Max is easily overtaken. Surely now they're going to realise they need to get off these tyres. No, they're staying out. Oh my god. Our tyres are overheating a little bit.
Copy. Cool. Rear left if you can at all.
Yep.
Copy.
Okay. Copy. Okay, copy.
Max is down to 5th place now. Norris up into 2nd place. That's Behrman just plummeting down the order. I was wondering why everyone was looking so slow. It's because everyone's trying to find a way past Ollie Behrman. Oh man, they're still out there, aren't they? Leclerc down to 5th now as Hamilton gets back in front of him. We're boxed in. God damn it. Luckily, we've got some battery to punch back past Perez again. As Ocon goes flying through, boxing us in behind Behrman again. And he's still out there. Oh my word, Behrman. Behrman. Why? Max is down to 9th. Leclerc's down to 7th.
Yep.
I hate to see when the AI makes a really great strategic call and then immediately completely undoes it with a stupid strategic call. Right, Alonso is in P18, Stroll in P21. We lost 4 seconds to Ocon trying to get through past Behrman. We lost a whole amount of time here being boxed in by Perez as well. Leclerc now down to 9th place, Max down to 11th. Everyone's just picking them off. They've got no grip. This lap now, surely, with the track at 5.5 mil. And still getting worse. They've got to box. It's too. They've cost themselves so much time. It's ridiculous.
Okay.
More management, turn 12, please.
Okay.
I'm just flying past. Still staying out. Oh my word. Oh, the AI. It can be genius at times, and then more often than not, it's completely ridiculous. We are seeing that tonight. Closing back in on Hulkenberg. Little by little. Again, we've still got tyres that are in so much better shape than everyone else is on wets. But we're going to be overtaking Leclerc and Verstappen soon. Very soon. We're only a couple of seconds ahead. There they are.
Okay, perfect. Let's get back up to pace.
Let's see if we can capitalise on some of this chaos here. Unfortunately not. Oh my word. 17th and 19th. 17th and 21st. No, 20th.
Yeah.
Mode push, mode push.
Yeah.
Oh, look at him absolutely crawling through the corners.
Good driving.
Do we have enough pace left to get in the inside line here? No, we don't. All right, well, there we go. That's your opening 10 laps.
Okay, charge on.
It's neck and neck between Antonelli and Russell. Once again, nobody likes Norris. Second night in a row, nobody thinks... Oh, we've got a yellow flag. Ah, no, that's Alonso overtaking Colapinto.
Keep watching Alonso with this one. Can they squeeze by?
I thought Alonso had wrecked for a second then. That was a lovely
Alonso
overtake.
with a wonderfully executed move. Now what's happened with Gasly?
Oh, Gasly's crashed. He's drifted wide, maybe. Oh, no, just lost it, and that's damaged his car. They're still out there, look. Oh, my word, they are still out there. Hamilton is 27 seconds behind Max. 26 seconds, but Leclerc's 11 seconds behind Stroll. He was leading the Grand Prix just 6 laps ago. That's ridiculous. Why are they still out there? The track's 6 mil. It's going to start drying up soon, but they've left it so long. They're so far behind that staying out was very much the wrong decision. It's 15 seconds behind Stroll.
Try and close the gap.
We are looking at maybe changing tyres soon. It's going to be... I don't know. I don't know how long we're going to be on interconditions for. It does look like we've got a really big spike of water coming up. Track's drying up quickly. Staying out might be the right decision. You probably won't be, but you never know.
Great job on that.
We're in P15 right now.
Gap 3.4.
Okay.
Track's drying up very quickly.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't look like it's going to stay into conditions for very long. But again, we've got a rubbish weather centre, so there's no guarantee that A, that's accurate, and B, that the durations are going to be accurate, let alone the volumes. I mean, it could get, it could be, you know, just a short period, but it could get very, very much drier than I think it's going to get, which would mean inters would be much, much quicker for a period of laps. Might not be better. I don't know. It's the honest answer. I expect most of the people who started on wets to box, simply because their wets are going to be in horrible condition. That, or they'll stay out and then box for fresh wets when the track starts getting worse again. I expect one of those two things to happen. Leclerc is now 27 seconds behind Stroll and Perez. Antonelli's about to lap Ollie Behrman. Although their pace will be improving. As you can see, their pace is definitely picking up as the track is drying out. I think staying out might be the right call. I want to protect the tyres, though.
Copy.
We just need to manage a bit more.
Yeah. Copy.
There we go. Track has changed to damp condition. Right, I am bursting to use the loo, so back in a second. All right. We're back. Would have left it running, but I want to see what's going to happen with everybody else on their tyres, and then maybe react to that. I've dropped our pace settings right down so that our tyres don't overheat. Because if people stay out, then their tyres are going to start melting. And if they box, we need to make sure that our tyres stay in good condition, because we're not planning on boxing. And so we need to keep them healthy. Hamilton is in. So is Piastri and Hadjar. I wonder if we're going to see Leclerc, Verstappen and Behrman box for fresh inters and then not box for wets again. That would be hilarious. And also disastrous. It's inters going on for Lewis. Not the best stop. Inters for Hadjar. Being held for Piastri. And Piastri has jumped the pair of them. And Hamilton's lost out big time there. He's been jumped by Hadjar as well as Piastri.
Yeah, I don't have that pace.
No one else has boxed yet. Alonso's been overtaken by Esteban Ocon. We've dropped our tyre pace right down, which is probably the reason why. Colapinto's in the pits. Is Leclerc going to box? And is he going to put on inters or is he going to put on wets? I dread to think. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. Lindblad. Is that a collision with Lewis coming out the pits? Was he hit? No, he's spun and hit the wall, hasn't he?
Now this is where the RB driver's involved. Oh, and the car with a nasty crash into the barrier.
That's the second time we've seen someone do that in this Grand Prix. Who was the other one? I'm trying to remember. It was Gasly, wasn't it? Let's take another look. Yeah, 7 minutes until it gets wet again. Or 7 minutes until that block. It could get wet before then. But Russell's in. The track is getting wet. It is getting very dry. Not quite dry enough yet to justify the switch. Inter's going on for George, but it's a bad stop. Gasly and Bortoletto coming in. Gasly might need to change a wing as well here. See our tyre temps going back up again. Oh, Lindblad's punctured. Oh, he's punctured right before the pit lane. Lucky boy. He's so lucky. They are changing his front wing. Out he goes. Alonso now in P10, but on the wrong tyre for a few laps at any rate. No wing change needed for Lindblad. A delayed stop. And he comes out behind Valtteri. Ahead of Hulkenberg. We have to avoid the high-risk curbs while we're on the wrong tyre.
Copy.
Stay off the curb.
All right, let's get a new pole up in the head-to-head between Bortoletto and Lawson.
I can't. Yeah, it's insane how bad we are.
Maybe get this race back to us somehow. Perez behind. Perez 1.7 behind.
We have another yellow flag. Norris and Albon are in the pits. It's a spin for Antonelli. Ooh. Antonelli has stayed out. And then just loses it right in front of the pit exit. Okay, bit weird there. We didn't actually see the pit stop. Autoletto's overtaken Alonso. Again, we're just trying to protect the tyres. Let's do some fuel saving here as well. Lawson's in the pits. We will get back ahead of Lawson. 2.64. Ooh, that is... Yeah, that's low, but we've only got to go another few minutes. Leclerc, Verstappen and Behrman have not stopped yet. So, new pole is up. On who we approach after this Grand Prix for the second seat for next season between Bortoletto and Lawson. If you have not cast your vote, do it now. Antonelli leads by 17 seconds, but that's because he hasn't stopped for inters. Everyone else has. Oh, and he's stopping now. He's giving up track position right as we're about to go into heavier weather. Even in Whiskers. So Antonelli forfeits the lead. And will come out behind Lando Norris. Should get out just in front of Hadjar. He does. The track's getting really dry, and we're at the point now where we might just automatically get pulled over. Like a blue flag kind of situation.
We'll just hold him off.
I'm really hoping that's not the case. We'll find out in a second if we just pull over and let them through. Not yet. We are defending, but we do not have the grip. Oh, we get pushed off. Oh, cheeky. Very cheeky there from Sainz, getting his elbows out.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to have more straight line of speed.
Running in P12 though, and all those who are on inters will need to either change their tyres or will be brutally slow again in just a few laps. We are so close to another big spike of water.
This is ridiculous.
We just need to hang on now. Just need to hang on. The tyres are screaming at us. But they're still good enough.
Okay. He's 1.5 behind.
Yeah, I'm struggling.
Just do the best you can.
Oh, it's about to, there we go. It's going up. It's going up. About time. Ooh. We were really, really pushing it there.
I'm struggling, man.
Keep going, you're doing good. Leclerc behind.
We're still ahead of Leclerc, though.
Leclerc 2.5 behind.
Oh, I can't believe he was leading the race comfortably at one point. And he needs to stop for wet tyres as well, potentially, with this rain that's hitting. I'm hoping it's going to stay wet for a while now.
It's been good.
So Temperatures are still too high. Leclerc gets ahead of us. There's Verstappen trying to get past as well. Ollie Behrman's still an absolute eternity behind everybody. Oh, Max's
We'll
car's
totally
getting
catch them up.
iffy
Okay.
again.
That is pushing a lot.
Gearbox issues then for Verstappen. Looks like it's just general wear rather than actual fault. It's gone orange. So that gearbox is struggling. It's still too dry for our tyres, but it's getting better and better every corner, every lap. We can stop avoiding curbs very, very soon. Alonso currently in P14. Hasn't been making it easy for people, but we are losing a lot of time at the moment. Oh, I need to get wetter than this, faster than this. Russell leads from Oscar Piastri, who was not on our top 10, on our top 4. Then it's Norris from Antonelli, Hadjar from Hamilton, Albon a little way back, 7.5 seconds behind. Then a big gap to Bortoletto. Some cars very much out of position because of tyre shenanigans. It's Behrman I feel the most sorry for. His team have really let him down badly today. What damp levels am I hoping for? Full wet conditions, which are coming. Oh, maybe not for very long though. According to that, that's not so good. Shit. This might have backfired on me.
Okay.
Ah, hopefully not. The last thing we need now is a safety car or a VSC, because that will completely kill any potential advantage we're going to get. It's still not wet enough. Big rain's about to hit, but Valtteri's putting pressure on me. Trying to keep the tyre temps from melting. Come on, big rain. Come on, big rain. My strategy has kind of started out really well, then it's kind of not worked out the way I was hoping it was going to, because it hasn't got as wet again as quickly as it did last time, and doesn't look like it's going to stay as wet for very long this time as well. Track is still slowly coming back to us, but we need it to be about 1 mil wetter than this for us to really gain the advantage. Looks like we're about to get there.
No tire managing required. Let's use it.
I'm worried. I'm worried that it's not going to peak. And it's getting worse and worse every time I look at that.
Copy.
Mode push.
Yep.
Copy.
Charge on.
Come on, come on. Come on. Just rain, damn it. Proper rain. It still hasn't hit wet conditions. Come on. Jesus. I don't think it's going to at this rate. It needs to stay wet for more than just a couple of laps, or else we are so screwed. We've lost so much time to Colapinto. Any hopes we had of maybe stealing a point are pretty much gone. I'm just going to have to thrash what's left of these tyres now.
Let's use it all.
Yep.
Now we have to push like crazy.
No lifting coast.
Leclerc has caught back up to P16. Max still down in 19th, but struggling with gearbox wear.
Copy.
And there we go. Now you can see what with the fighting going on and the fact that the track's now too wet for inters, all of a sudden we're away. Lap 21, Russell leads by a second and a half from Oscar Piastri. Antonelli in third with Norris right behind him. Hadjar in fifth, then Hamilton close behind him in sixth. Big gap to Albon, 10 seconds, 10 and a half seconds. Bortoletto nearly 15 seconds back in eighth. Then it's Gasly ninth, nursing some damage after hitting the wall. And Sainz in 10th. Ocon now is in a position to try and chase down Sainz for 10th. We're in 14th. And we were 3 seconds quicker than Bottas last time round. Took 1.6 seconds. No, we only took 4/10 out of Colapinto. The track's starting to get worse again. It's coming back to us. Evening, Marcus. All right, 4.3, but track is going to dry up soon. Yeah, our gamble with staying out on the wets has not paid off. The gamble to start on inters paid off initially. Oh, we've got a yellow flag. The Stroll gets past Lindblad. Mistake
It's
for
the Red
Isaac.
Bull driver.
And that's Hamilton
That one
and
won't get
Antonelli
chances. Perhaps a little lapse
fighting in front of him.
concentration, maybe.
Let's use the free air.
Stroll gets back ahead of Verstappen.
Good job.
And Charles Leclerc. And we'll hopefully get past Nico Hulkenberg pretty quickly here.
Good job.
All right, we'll let him get excited on this one. It's Charles Leclerc. Ocon gets ahead of Lawson. Making the most of his tyres while he's still got them. Stroll rockets past Hulkenberg. Time is ticking away. It's still slowly getting worse, but it's going to start drying up soon, and we are going to have to go to Inters for the rest of the race. He's going to get Perez here as well. Is it Perez or is it Bottas? He's going to get one of the Cadillacs here. It was Bottas, and he's got him. He's already got him.
Doing great. Ahead is Alonso.
Again, using that extra grip. Get him out of clean air again now. Right, Alonso closing in on Colapinto.
Copy.
Got to clear him quickly before the track starts drying up again. And there we go. Through we go.
Understood.
Copy. Good job. Come on.
The track's starting to dry.
Okay, copy.
All right, fresh to the Inters at the end of this lap.
Try to do some lift and coast and then focus on apex speed.
All right, looking at the head-to-head, 5 votes so far, all 5 of them for Bortoletto as the driver that we should approach to replace Stroll next season.
Okay, I'm happy to box.
Box now for a new Inter.
There we go. Track changing condition. But now there's some drivers who've been on their Inters for a very, very long time, like Leclerc, Verstappen, Behrman. They are going to need to box for a fresh set. At some point. We're going to see the guys who are on wets, so Ocon and our two are all going to need to box. Ocon might box this lap as he goes past Bortoletto. And then there's those that have been on Inters for a while, may need another set of Inters before the end of this Grand Prix. As Ocon decides this is the time to box. So Haas getting it spot on with Ocon. Very much not the case with Behrman. In comes Fernando. We're going to lose some places again.
Yeah, okay.
Stroll not far behind.
Boxing.
And then we can see Leclerc,
Just
Verstappen, Behrman make a stop. Not this lap. Oh, god damn it. Another bad stop. God damn it. We lost 4 seconds there. And we're losing time here as well. We had a pit crew that was supposed to be really well rested going into this Grand Prix, and they've made mistakes at pretty much every single stop this weekend.
And what's that? A pit stop issue.
Oh my god. And that's cost us. That's put Alonso 4 seconds further back than he should have been. He should have been out in front of Leclerc. As it is, we're now behind Charles Leclerc. So we should have been out in P16. disaster.
Copy.
We need a back off.
Yep.
Russell still leads. Oscar now about 3.5 seconds behind. Norris is nearly 8 seconds back. Hamilton and Antonelli still fighting over P4.
Copy. Understood.
So we did not put Piastri in the top 4 pole, and he is currently in second place. We should theoretically start closing in on the cars in front pretty quickly. And we have done. Lindblad has some damage to his car as a result of that little spin into the barrier. Max has a very weird gearbox at the moment. Leclerc's tyres are going to be extremely worn out. He's going to need to stop at some point, I think. Let me check, actually. His tyres are still at 65%, 64%. No, 62. His right rear's at 62. Not quite sure how they're that good. Looks like we might finish with wet tyres again. Changing weather conditions. That wasn't on the cards. I don't think... Well, it might have been, actually. I don't know. I wasn't really paying attention to the end of the Grand Prix. Lap 26.5 for George, which is not far off half distance. He leads Oscar by 3 seconds. Norris in third. Hamilton 4th, Antonelli 5th, and Hadjar, Albon, Bortoletto in 8th place in the points, but a long way back from Albon. Sainz right behind him in 9th. Gasly up there in 10th, also lurking. And then a bit of a gap back to Lawson in 11th. Colapinto 12th, Ocon 13th. Big gap back to Bottas in 14th with Hulkenberg, Leclerc, Verstappen, Lindblad right behind him. 19th now for Alonso. And Perez in 20th, ahead of Stroll. Behrman in 22nd. How are Leclerc's tyres only at that? They should have been shredded. I don't know, is the honest answer. I mean, he probably was protecting them as best he could, but they will have been too cold, so they will have blistered a bit, but they, you know, blistering is less damaging to the tyres than overheating, where they just melt. So, yeah, they will have struggled and suffered, but they wouldn't have been anywhere near as bad or taken anywhere near as much damage as wet tyres at like a sub 2 mil track, where they would have melted and fallen to pieces instantly. It's a little annoying, but it is what it is. Still have fuel saving to do. It's 1.3 kilos a lap around here. We're at the halfway point. No, we're not quite. Let's see, halfway point would be about 28.5. So we're about a lap away from the halfway point. Bottas is definitely holding up the cars in front. Up our tyre pace a bit. And I'm going to stop fuel saving because we're likely to get lapped.
We'll go to high fuel now.
So we don't need to try and save, 2 kilos. We only need to save maybe 1 kilo over the remainder of the race, which we can do a bit later. Perez is closing us down as well, so we need to up our pace a little bit as well for that. Ooh, is Max's gearbox in serious trouble?
Something broke.
Maybe. Maybe. It does look like this is a terminal gearbox issue for Max. Or he's on the verge of a terminal failure. Let's see if he boxes. Into the pits. This might be Verstappen retiring. So that moves us back up into 18th place, which is our target for the Grand Prix. Stroll's in 21st and is now guaranteed to finish no worse than 21st if he finishes. Max is out. Let's see if he swears about it. So sounds like he had to box for a fresh change of underwear. Leclerc almost got ahead of Valtteri. He's fighting with Hulkenberg. 7 votes now on the head-to-head winner. And it is still all Gabriel Bortoleto over Liam Lawson. So it's looking very much like it's going to be Bortoleto we make the approach to as Hulkenberg gets back in front of Charles Leclerc. Now that he's in traffic, his tyres will be potentially overheating a bit more as well. So his tyres might wear out a bit faster now.
Mode push.
Yep.
Lindblad has dropped away. Can we pick him off?
Copy that.
Try and close up and put a bit of pressure on him.
Charge on.
Okay.
Hamilton and Norris nose to tail at the moment. Times are getting a bit too hot.
Copy. Good info.
Try and get the temps down.
Copy.
I'm not sure we really have the pace to move forward without some people's tyres really starting to become problematic. I'm not sure whether we're losing lap time with the group in front of us or not. You can see there are areas where we are definitely a little bit quicker. I would say we are losing some lap time.
Copy. Copy.
Behrman has been lapped by Russell and Norris. Hamilton's ahead of Piastri. Oh, the other way around, sorry. Russell and Piastri, and Hamilton's ahead of Norris. Antonelli's right there as well. Let's watch this potential battle between Norris and Antonelli develop. Leclerc starting to struggle a little bit. He's dropped back. Well, he did briefly. He's closed back up in the braking zone, but he dropped away a little bit from Hülkenberg there.
Copy.
Lap 32. Russell's still leading. The gap now nearly 5 seconds to Piastri. Hamilton 12 seconds behind. Hasn't been able to shake Norris yet. Antonelli's right there as well. And Hadjar's closing in again. So we're going to have a little 4-car battle going on for third. Then it's Albon from Sainz, who's got ahead of Bortoletto. Gasly in 10th. Lawson 11th, Colapinto in 12th, and Ocon 13th. A big 20-second gap back now to Bottas, who leads the little train that we are chasing after. That's Hülkenberg, Leclerc, and Lindblad. We're a couple of seconds behind, having saved a little bit of battery. That's brought Perez back onto us. We're going to try and push Stroll up a bit more again.
Mode push.
Confirm.
We're happy with you pushing.
Let's take another look at the weather graph. Oh, we're definitely going to need wets at the end, look. That could make a very interesting final few laps, because some cars may not make the change. And some might make the change too early.
Charge on.
Yeah.
New fastest lap for George Russell, a 1:44.7. Closing in on the back of Stroll very quickly. Going to need to start thinking about making a move now. Tyre attempt to be damned. Very weird deployment there. Let's turn off the boost. We are running out of time to get this attack done. Before we get overtaken by Perez. Antonelli gets past Norris.
Copy.
And has just about shut the door, but Norris is going to try again into turn 1. Neither of them have any battery left. And we just can't get close enough. Every time we break away from Perez, we just can't get close enough to be able to do anything about it to the cars in front.
Cool rear left if you can at all.
Okay. Copy. Understood.
This might be our best chance here. We can get a really nice little run into the braking zone.
Copy.
Ah, just short. And we're out of battery again, I think. Just about.
Copy. Copy. Copy.
This is about all we can do now. It's just sit right up behind and attack like this for a couple of laps and see if we can get through before we completely disintegrate the Inters. Gets Stroll getting lapped by George. Hamilton, Antonelli, Norris and Hadjar about to put a lap on Ollie Behrman. Again, there's just no pace,
Okay.
look. I don't understand why we're struggling to close up. We should have a little bit more pace than we've got. We just can't seem to do anything with it. This is the closest we've been here for a while, though.
Copy. Copy.
Go on, get up the inside. Yes!
Copy.
Not quite there. Tyre temps are on
Understood.
fire.
Yeah. Copy. Copy.
Lindblad's still lurking. Ooh, Bottas. Finally, it succumbs to Charles Leclerc. Leclerc somehow still has decent pace on tyres that have been through the ringer so far today.
Understood.
My box. Ah, damn it! I knew it. I knew it. Why are we not overtaking it? We're boxed in. God damn it. We just lost out all that hard work we did. Oh, we might get Lindblad back here.
Copy.
And we do.
Copy.
Ah, that was frustrating. Have to calm those tyres down.
Copy. Okay.
We've got Russell closing in very quickly as well. Stroll's about to get lapped by Piastri. There's George.
Plenty of K1 available when you need it.
Yeah.
Where are we going to let George through? Where is Lindblad going to let him through?
Okay. Copy.
So close.
Copy.
So close to getting past Charles Leclerc. Can we try and go around the outside here? Or cut to the inside? No.
Copy.
Ah, we're out of battery, but so Charles. Can we hold the position? Yes, we can. Finally, we get ahead of Charles Leclerc. That was a long time coming. Let's see if we can immediately punch past Valtteri as well. I want to get this done before Oscar turns up. Not close enough there. Oscar's getting close. He's on the back of Perez.
All the pushing you can get. Okay, charge on, charge on.
Yeah.
Yes, come on. We got him. We got him. Whew. We had to work really hard there for a few laps, but it's eventually paid off. We're up to P15.
Let's go, guys.
Slightly subdued Alonso, but the move is done. We've now got 8 seconds to close down to get onto Hulkenberg, and that's going to be as high as we go without a safety car or some retirement or mistake or maybe pit stop shenanigans at the end of the Grand Prix. I'm going to push hard for a lap. We definitely lost a bit of time there, and the final corner, the gap's now 9.5 seconds. We lost, I think, maybe a second there in the final turn. This is our chance to try and break away from Valtteri. Hopefully Leclerc will put him under enough pressure. That allows us to scamper free. I don't think he will, though, unfortunately. Let's ease the tyres down, ease down the battery, the fuel load again. Oscar's coming through as well. There's Oscar. Oscar's already picked off Leclerc. Lap 40 out of 57. Hamilton is in 3rd place, just ahead of Antonelli. 2nd place, Oscar Piastri. Russell still leads, and he's now 7.8 seconds clear. About 8 seconds clear at the front. So it's looking like it's going to be George at this point. But we still have a big amount of rain to come at the end of this Grand Prix.
Yeah, still okay.
All right, we have a small gap to Bottas. Let's see if we can stick on the back of Piastri for a little while. Just to close the gap down to Hulkenberg a bit better. And also to just stay away from these guys behind us. Tyre temps coming down. We've got some big rain coming up soon. Oh, wow. It's going to get very wet very quickly. Right, we need to thrash what's left of the tyres.
Let's just keep the pressure on.
That big rain that we were talking about is coming a lot sooner than I was expecting. So everyone's going to be boxing, I would imagine. I don't know about Leclerc or, or Behrman. Who knows what they're going to do. We need to use the pace of our car as much as we can now for these pit stops.
Mode push.
Yep.
Just be careful on exit curves.
Okay.
Come on, Stroll. Up the inside of Perez. That's close. Leclerc's in the pits. So he's gone too early for a wet tyres, but how bad are his tyres? Let's have a look. 31%. He's gone for the wets and he's gone early. That's not a bad stop for Ferrari. Stroll's picked off Perez.
Good job.
Oh, shit. Am I in? Oh, I'm in always defend. Fuck.
Yep.
It's spent so long in always defend. No wonder our pace hasn't been where it could have been.
Okay.
Yeah, Leclerc's gone way too early on those tyres. Let's see if Behrman boxes. No, Behrman stayed out.
Let's just get into a rhythm to charge on.
Yep.
Let's see who else boxes too soon. Give it a knock, Joe. Marcus cheering on Lewis. Hulkenberg into the pits. Is this for wet? It's got to be
Let's
for
use
wet.
the free air.
Copy.
Leclerc's about to get lapped, I think. Oh no, that's Hamilton. Leclerc has been lapped.
Okay, gap ahead 1.5. Keep
Yes! We got out in front of Hulkenberg. That was critical. Absolutely critical. You can see we're pulling away from Valtteri. We are closing in on Colapinto a little bit. Hulkenberg was obviously the car in between us, which is why the gap is so big. Do we box this lap or do we box next lap? Everyone else is boxing. Do I go another lap? It's going up reasonably quickly. Yeah, we box this lap.
Okay, box.
Let's see if we get a clean stop this time. Russell is in from the
Box now,
lead.
box now.
Boxing.
Colapinto boxing as well. Lawson, Ocon have not stopped yet. They wouldn't stop next time around. Bad stop for George.
Copy.
Boxing.
Just come in slow.
Piastri has to wait for us. Oh, and for the Cadillac. Actually, no, I think that. Yeah, that was him. Now we're getting held up. Come on. Go, 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 go. Stroll's in. It's a decent stop for Stroll. Alonso gets out in front of Leclerc, so Leclerc definitely went too soon. Lost the overtake opportunity. Even though we got held in the pit lane, we still stayed ahead of him.
No more lifting coast.
Copy.
We will get ahead of Perez. Assuming we can stay ahead of Charles Leclerc, but we'll definitely get ahead of Perez, who needs to stop. He's going to be starting to struggle. Older tyres. We're now approaching full wet territory completely. Looks like Leclerc's going to get us after all. Now that he's on the right tyre at the right time, and they're fresh tyres, suddenly
Yeah, copy.
he's got some pace. It's just taking him most of the race to actually suddenly have a fast car.
Yeah, copy.
We might be able to get him back anyway. Lindblad and Perez into the pits. They can't quite take the place back.
Copy.
There's Stroll
Let's
closing
recharge
in
it.
on the back of Valtteri. Just a couple of seconds behind. We're up to P16. Ocon hasn't stopped yet, but he's close to the end of the lap. So I expect to see... Oh no, I'm looking at Behrman. Behrman has stopped. They've put Behrman on the right tyre at last. Ocon's going to lose a little bit of time here. But I would expect him into the pits. Sainz goes around the outside of him. And into the pits he comes.
Yeah.
He's going to come out behind Colapinto. Lap 45 now.
Bottas ahead. Bottas 0.5 ahead.
Antonelli isn't too far behind us with Norris, Hadjar and Hamilton in tow.
Okay.
Let's calm the tyres down a little bit.
Rear left if you can at all.
We have lost touch with Charles Leclerc. Not really that surprising now that he's actually got the right set of tyres on at the right time. And he's got plenty of grip on them. But we're ahead of Bottas by a couple of seconds. Stroll helping to stop Bottas from pushing. Don't think we've got enough pace to catch anybody else, though. So it looks like it's going to be P16 today. P18 is on the cards. Maybe even P17 on the cards for Lance Stroll, which would be amazing. Is the PC okay? Yeah, PC is much, much healthier now that it's had a new CPU and a new SSD fitted and a fresh copy of Windows installed. Of course, the downside is that I lost everything that was on the PC, so all the mod work that I was doing in the background is gone. All my save files for all my games, everything. I managed to save a few images and that was about it. I will be doing regular backups going forward. See if we can get ahead here.
Copy.
Let's use that K1.
Yeah. Confirm.
Let's catch the guys ahead. So we just need to go charge on.
Okay.
Bit of a slow lap for Alonso last time round.
Gap ahead, 9.
155.
No problem. Rear's getting hot is the limitation now.
Okay. Yeah.
I wonder how much wetter it's going to get. Oh, a lot wetter. Potentially a lot wetter. Bottas has pushed up onto Alonso. Damn it. Stroll has not been able to do what I was hoping he would.
Copy.
Yeah.
Charge on, charge on.
Yep.
Into the final 10 laps, it is Russell from Piastri, Antonelli in third, Norris in fourth, Hadjar now in fifth place ahead of Hamilton sixth. Then it's Albon and Sainz seventh and eighth. Massive gap between the two of them, 29 seconds. Bortoletto ninth, Gasly in 10th for the final point with Lawson trying to take that away from him. Oh, there's a lunge from Lawson. Who has to back out of it. Colapinto is 12th, Ocon 13th, 14th for Hulkenberg, 15th for Leclerc. He's now right on him. Or, no, is that just a timing error? It's just a timing error. Alonso 16th, Bottas 17th. What happened to Valtteri? Oh, did he get lapped? Yes, he did. He got lapped. I was wondering why that gap had suddenly exploded. Stroll in 18th place, Lindblad 19th, 20th for Perez, 21st for Behrman. Max retired with a damaged gearbox. As we let Norris through. Here comes Valtteri, right back onto us again. Hadjar closing in. Let's take another look at the poll that's going to run until the end of the race. Only 10 votes. It is very much in Bortoletto's favour, 8-2 against Lawson. And you still have time to get your vote in as to which of those two we will approach to replace Stroll for next season. Here comes Hadjar and Hamilton as well. That worked out slightly better for us than it did for Valtteri. Stroll under pressure from Lindblad as a result of all these blue flags. The track is drying up a touch. Ease the tyres down again. Stop them from overheating too quickly.
Copy.
While we wait to see if it is definitely going to jump up again. It might do, it might not do. FX coordinator says, please get Lawson. Well, I said I'd abide by the vote, and the vote very much is Bortoletto at the moment. So, I mean, that's just who we make the approach to. If Bortoletto's wage demands are obscene, then we will potentially make an offer to Lawson and then see what his wage demands are like. But Bortoletto is the one we're going to make the approach to, and if the terms that I'm happy with are accepted, then he will be who we sign, based on the current poll. Stroll overtaken by Lindblad.
Maybe get this race back to us somehow.
Was that because of a blue flag?
Perez behind.
No, it was just getting caught. Yeah, no, that's Bottas in front. We've got a Williams coming up, though. That'll be Albon. The track is drying again, look. What is going on with the weather?
Okay, now blue flag for Stroll, blue flag Stroll.
God damn it, we might have had a run there on Lindblad, and we had to back out of it because of Albon. But there's now a 29-second gap to sight, so we won't get any more blue flags for a while. Probably not for the rest of the race. At least with Stroll, anyway. Alonso now 20 seconds behind Leclerc. We have not been able to get away from Valtteri, and it's just killing our pace. That combined with the blue flags has just opened up this obscene gap, and we can't seem to do anything to get to get it back up again. Now the track's really getting wetter again. We check back in with the poll from earlier as to who was going to win the race. It was tied between Antonelli and Russell. Russell currently absolutely dominating. So it looks like it will be a Russell win. Sixteenth is the best we're going to do without a retirement or two. But it's still ahead of our target, which was 18th, and we went 21st for Stroll. We could have gone higher than that, but it's always a gamble with Stroll. All right, we're into the closing laps. We're going to now push the tyres on full.
Let's catch him.
Given that the water level is just going to keep climbing for a bit now.
Okay, copy.
Right, through goes Alex Albon. Looks like Lindblad has got ahead of Bottas. He has. Now Stroll has a chance to get involved again.
Bottas ahead. Gap ahead, 0.5. Okay, let's make the most of it.
We're going to try and break Alonso away. Lindblad's pushing after us. He's caught us already. What the hell? Why are we suddenly so slow? I just don't understand it. We've had decent wet pace tonight, but all of a sudden it's just nowhere. And I don't understand why.
Gap ahead is 1.4. We will totally catch them up, okay? Okay, mode push.
Okay.
There we go. Now we've got the gap back to 2.5 seconds again. That's a bit better. A bit more like it.
Charge on, charge on.
Copy.
No exit pace at all there from Stroll, who's now under pressure from Perez.
Behind you. Keep going, you're doing good.
All right, so the only real battle of note at the moment is this one. For 5th place, Hamilton and Hadjar. Going to ease down on the engines as well. These are brand new engines, and they haven't really done the job I was hoping they would. Let's not cook them.
Copy.
Let's add the lift and coast back in.
Yeah.
Five laps to go. Bearman has caught up. He's now in 20th. He's no longer last, which means he's probably about to overtake Stroll, and then Perez will get us as well, and we'll end up in 21st. There we go. Bearman's got us.
Okay.
Can we get him back? Maybe we can. Right, I'm going to put Stroll back into always defend. He actually seemed to race
keep hanging
better
in
like
there.
that. Now you can see, although it's, again, another weird lap, but the track's getting worse, that we are starting to break away. The fight going on between these guys has slowed them down a bit. Hamilton alongside Hadjar has the inside line for the approaching tight hairpin corner. Is this going to be the move completed? Yes, it is. He's shut that door. Can't believe we've not had a VSC or a safety car in this race.
We're just too slow.
Bearman gets back ahead again.
Just do the best you can. Perez behind.
As long as we finish ahead of Perez, I'll be happy. Well, happy-ish.
Okay.
The next car behind is Perez.
He's 0.5 behind.
We'll just see what we can do.
No, don't let Perez through. Don't let Perez through. Thank you. Slow exit though again.
Copy.
Hadjar hasn't given up. There is one other battle of note, and it's Lawson going after Gasly for the final point.
We'll get the tires calmed down.
Okay.
Time ticking away on the votes. It's still very much Bortoletto at the moment.
Perez.
You've got just a few laps left. 4
We
laps,
still have a chance.
including the one that we're on. So 3.5 laps left until we end the poll.
Copy.
Fuel is fine. Absolutely fine. Hadjar's got back in front of Hamilton again. Can he stay there? Yeah, Lawson's backed off from Gasly a little bit. We're still keeping Perez behind, but only just. Alonso just about staying ahead of Lindblad pace-wise.
Copy.
4 seconds, the gap, 3 laps to go. This is going to be an absolutely comfortable cruise to the flag for George. 17 seconds clear of Oscar Piastri. Antonelli in third is 14 seconds further back. Then it's a 6-second gap to Norris, a 6-second gap to Hamilton and Hadjar, who are fighting over 5th place. Hadjar has that place right now. 10 seconds or so back to Albon. Then he's over 30 seconds clear of his teammate. Bortoletto on his own in 9th place. Gasly in 10th. Lawson has dipped away a little bit as Hamilton has got past Hadjar, but it's not over yet. There's still time. These two are going to fight all the way to the flag. Leclerc trying to get past Hulkenberg. It's been a horrible weekend for Charles Leclerc. If Lawson gets to 10th, then I sign him no matter what the poll says. Well, no, because Bortoletto's 9th. So by that logic, we should be signing Bortoletto regardless of what the poll says. Here comes Perez having another look at Stroll. Leclerc still has not been able to get past Nico Hulkenberg.
Copy.
Lawson's drifting away from Gasly. Hamilton and Hadjar still fighting. And Lindblad's closing us down. We've got the engine temp back under control. And almost there for Stroll as well. We've had another vote for Liam Lawson. Oh, and another one. Oh, it's very tight now. 43% versus 57. Still very much Bortoletto's at the moment. I think he's 2 votes ahead. And still Hadjar hanging on. Stroll still hanging on. We're on to the final lap. Russell is a long way ahead. There is George Russell. There is Oscar Piastri. There is Charles Leclerc, about to be lapped by Kimi Antonelli. So Leclerc has got past Hulkenberg thanks to the blue flag, since already 4 seconds clear. He will now be much quicker than Hulkenberg. He's going to get blue flagged himself, though, for Kimi just here. That will allow Hulkenberg to close back up a little bit. Depending on where that blue flag happens. It's been a strange Grand Prix, this. A very strange Grand Prix.
Okay, copy.
Just make sure that we do stay ahead of Perez.
Mode push.
There's the blue flag. Russell has won it.
If you don't need it, no lift and coast.
Copy.
There it is! A win for George Russell.
After that performance, there's no doubt that they deserve their spot at the top of the podium.
Hadjar sneaks ahead of Hamilton on the back straight. With just a couple of corners to go. Looks like he's going to take 5th place. Unless he has an awful deployment here. No, he's got it. He's got it. 5th place for Isaac Hadjar. It's a great result, especially with Max not having finished. Hamilton in 6th place. It's going to be a long wait till the rest of the top 10 come through. There is Fernando coming home to cross the line in 16th place.
Copy.
It's a decent result, all things considered. Stroll will stay ahead of Perez and finish in 20th. Been a very weird Grand Prix. The weather has not reacted the way we thought it would. It's now 3 mil, look.
Okay, let's
It
go.
really
Yeah.
suddenly
Well
dried
done,
out
guys.
at the end, which we were not expecting either.
Well done, guys.
Checkered flag.
And that's another race done for Fernando Alonso.
And for them, it's P16 and no points from today's race.
And right now it's the British driver who proudly takes his place on the podium.
What an excellent way to take a second win of the season with a composed performance today.
And after a hot and sweaty Miami Grand Prix, I think this is as good a time as any to cool off. So, Karoon, with the garages full of activity, what's the mood like down at Aston Martin now?
Well, it was a bit of a mixed bag here. Some things went their way, but others didn't. I think their main target now will be finding some consistency for sure.
And with that, our weekend in Miami now draws to a close.
For the next round, the teams are traveling to the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve for the Canadian Grand Prix in Montreal.
Okay, so there we go. George taking the win. I think that's his second win of the season. Oscar in 2nd place. Did not expect him to be that strong here today, but a good result for Oscar. Antonelli in 3rd, Norris in 4th, Hadjar in 5th, just beating out Lewis Hamilton in 6th. Good day for Williams, 7th and 8th. Albon getting a couple of places. Sainz up 10 places today. So he's doing a fantastic job for Williams. Bortoletto in 9th place. Gasly in 10th. Was comfortable in the end against Liam Lawson, who ended up over a second behind. Could not close up enough to put the real pressure on. Colapinto finishing in 12th ahead of Esteban Ocon. Then it was Charles Leclerc, Nico Hulkenberg, Alonso up 6 places from the very back of the grid. Not a bad result, all things considered. We beat Lindblad, we beat Bottas, Behrman. Weird strategic call for Haas and for Ferrari and Red Bull. With the guys starting on Inters, Leclerc, Behrman and Verstappen, like us. And then whereas we switched to the wet tyres, they did not. And they went from the front of the grid all the way to the back very quickly and stayed there for a very long time. Stroll finishing in 20th. Perez 21st. Max didn't make it to the flag. His gearbox just gave up. And he is our one and only retirement. So, in the standings, it is George top with 92 points. Norris in second with 72. 57 points for Hamilton in third. Just 2 points clear of Kimi, who is on 55 points. Oscar up 2 places thanks to some good results today. He's on 45 points now, getting past Charles Leclerc and Max Verstappen. Max moves ahead of Leclerc. They're both tied on 41 points, but Max has that Grand Prix win from earlier in the year. So they are both level on 41 points. And Hadjar now on 37. Big points for him this weekend as well. Stays in 8th place, but now just 4 points behind those two. Sainz moves above Gasly. He's now on 13 points, with Gasly on 10. And that is the top 10. In the 11th place, it is 10 points for Albon. Bortoletto gets his first points of the year. He moves up 4 places into 12th, moving past Ollie Behrman, who has a point. And then the non-scorers of Hulkenberg, Lawson, Ocon, Colapinto, Alonso, Lindblad, Perez, Bottas, and Stroll back down to the bottom once again. Let's take a look at the constructors' standings, shall we? It is Mercedes top with 147 points and 48 points this weekend. They stretched their lead by 11 points. McLaren moving up in, well, more than that actually, with McLaren moving up into second place from third. They're on 117 points, so it's a 30-point gap now. Ferrari down a place into third. They're on 98 points. They only picked up 17 points this weekend. Red Bull on 78. Williams on 23. Alpine on 10. 2 points for Audi. Moves them above Haas, who have a point, which means just 3 teams now have no points. RB, Aston, and Cadillac in that order. In the pit stops, we did once again get one of our cars into the top 10. 6th place once again. RB with the quickest stop from Williams, then McLaren, Cadillac, Mercedes getting some points. McLaren again, then Red Bull, and both of the Audis taking the last 2 spots. Slowest time was 2.771, and Stroll's time was 7.78. Oh, we just missed out. You can see we had some bad stops. A couple of 2.9 second stops, a 6.8 second stop there with a car jack delay, and 3.5 seconds with a stuck wheel nut for Stroll. Not ideal. So, standings look like this. McLaren atop with 92 points. Red Bull second with 69. RB closing up very quickly. They're on 63 points with Williams on 56. Cadillac move up into 5th place over Ferrari. They're on 43. No points for Ferrari. Season stay on 33 points. Down into 6th place. We're in 7th with 23. Mercedes get off the mark. They're on 20 up 2 places into 8th place now with 10 points. Leapfrogging Alpine and Audi. Audi up to 5 points. Haas, the only team yet to score now this season. And both of our drivers hit their targets of 18th and 21st for another 746k and change. Once again, not having to pay out the 1.25 million win bonus for Lance Stroll that allowed me to drop his wages from 12 million to 9 million. Fantastic. Alright, we are back at HQ. So, we have 6.8 million in the bank. That's not too bad. That's quite healthy. We've got some new parts about to drop. They are just 2 days away from being able to go into production. And based on the results of our polls tonight, to see which of the 4 drivers, we whittled it down to a head-to-head between Bortoletto and Lawson. Lawson finishing second in that vote with 43%. And Bortoletto winning the vote with 57%. Bortoletto is the driver we will be approaching to replace Lance Stroll for next season. But I do reserve the right to offer it to a different driver if Bortoletto's wage demands are too severe for next year. So let's go to the scouting page And let's go to our scouting information. Let's find Bortoletto. There he is. And let's offer him a contract. So, this is for next season to replace Lance Stroll. I'm going to offer him a 3-year deal. Let's up the wage to 5 million. That gets him into there. I'm going to have a buyout fee because he is contracted for another year after this one. But that's okay. We can just about, live with that. Let's increase his signing bonus. It's not having much of an effect, is it? We'll go up to 500k. And we're going to have to up the wage a little bit. Let's offer him 6 million and see what he thinks about that. We have 18 days until Canada, so hopefully we'll get a response before we go to Montreal. Let's go back to our inbox now. Something is broken on one of our cars. So, I've got wind tunnel concerns as well. Ugh. That's annoying. Let's take a look at our post-race data, see what broke, what wore out. Quite a few parts. Both front wings wore out, the rear wing wore out, and an underfloor as well. But amazingly, we did not break anything on the car when Stroll spun into the wall. So now we see our expected finishes. 19th and 16th was the actual finish. 21st and 20th, so Stroll finishing ahead of his expected finish again for the second race in a row. Good job, Lance. Let's check in with the board. I'm expecting okay or good on this one. I don't think they'll be delighted with this one. Let's have a look. Now we're happy. Yes, as expected. Happy. Okay, that's not bad. Let's try and fix up those missing bits then. We've got plenty of spare wings. There we go. The rear wing, we've got a couple of spares there as well. Underfloor. We do not have a spare underfloor, so we're going to have to make another one, I think. Possibly. And then there we go. We've got a few parts at medium risk. We've got a new underfloor coming, so we actually don't need to make any more spare underfloors because we can replace them with something completely new. We have a counter offer from Sean Whitehead. We offered him 1.8 mil. He wants a bit more than that. Let's have a look. Oh, yeah. His demands are off the chart. Quite literally off the chart. I'll offer him 2.2 mil. And we'll see if he'll go for that. Alright, wind tunnel concerns. We've got to shut it down for 9 days. Well, it won't affect the parts that are already designed or in the process of being designed. We haven't got these slots available yet, so we need to shut it down. It's going to have structural concerns. I just know it is. So, yeah. Hopefully we'll be fine, but we've had to shut it down. It's going to cost me $90,000. Teo, yeah, we ignored Teo because he wanted too much, or what I deemed was too much. The suspension is ready to go into production. So is the new underfloor. Let's start building those. Let's get 3 of those being built. Of course, this does mean we can't now start any more parts for a few days, another week or so, thanks to shutting down our wind tunnel. This might be our last suspension upgrade for a good long while, but it's a pretty good one, as you can see. Let's get 4 of those being built. It's in the inbox, just that notification email there. All right, moving time on. contract talks have ended. He wanted too much money, so that's fine. Freddie Slater's come back with a counter offer. He wants a little bit more. Prepared to offer him a little bit more. Not quite that much more. Let's offer him 1.4 mil. There we go. Our side pod research project is complete. And our chassis design is ready to be built as well. And this is going to give us a nice little boost. Downforce and speed, although not much speed. We'll get 4 of those built. No, 3 of those built. Because we might get another one of those going soon as well. 2.7 mil in the bank. Not quite as much as I'd like. And we might potentially lose a bit more in a minute. Stoffel has dipped to a 75 overall because he's on other training. Right, he's doing commercial work, I think, isn't he? Or is it car development work? It might be car development work. So, yeah, you can see his loss of performance there. Wind tunnel did have various signs of structural damage, as expected. And it's going to cost me $432. $432, that would be nice. Just $432. No, $432,000 to fix that. There we go. That's going to take us down to 2.3 mil. We're about to get some cash from our sponsors, though. Staff survey results for May. Neutral on the drivers. I don't know why Lance is in car 1 position there. And our engineers are back to front as well. That's weird. Nobody's happy in the main front team. Jack Crawford, Taito, and Matilda are positive in the reserve pool, but everyone's still bitching about the car, and for good reason, because it is terrible. Right, money. Let's get some money. 6.15 mil from engagement. Did we have a mandatory? I can't remember. No, we did not. Right, so 8.5 mil again. Very nice. Now we can start to build stuff, which we're going to go ahead and do right now before we lock in any potential issues with our sponsors again. So let's take a look at maybe building a new side pod. We've got an ATR, which we want to stick on the chassis. Let's get that. This is design. We need to research the chassis. There we go. So let's slap all the hours on this, because we've got big losses coming on the chassis next season. We really need to maximize how much we can gain on those. So 1 has almost covered a third. We're going to need 4 by the look of it to completely get this sorted. We also need to start researching other parts as well. Let me take a look at designing a new side pod, see what kind of gains we might get with a new one. Probably not much. Yeah, not much. But we would get something. Small gains across the board. Toying with the idea of another intense to really try and improve our expertise levels a little bit more for the next subsequent one. But we'll hold off on that for now. Let's see if we can find some actual genuine performance upgrades. We've just done an underfloor and a suspension. Front wing, let's have a look. Front wing doesn't look like it's going to give us very much of anything at all. We're going to go with that. We are going to do an intense. That's going to take most of my money. There we go. And let's get a little bit more research done. We'll do a side pod so we can continue to get that where it needs to be. Let's, again, drop that down. Max these up. See, we're barely making any gains without an ATR period. It really isn't worth doing it at all, is it? Yeah, we'd be better off maybe just throwing another ATR on that to finalize that, and instead researching something where we could make gains. Let's research the suspension part. God, we're going to make no gains on that either. Wow, really have made research much, much harder, haven't they? To stop people from just, you know, throwing away their season to focus on research. We're going to need hours for research, it would seem. Alright, in that case, let's go back to designing. Maybe make it just a cheap part. What about a cheap rear wing? We'll get something out of it. Yeah, I'd rather we make a little bit of downforce gain than airflow sensitivity. So we'll do that. I would like to have gone extreme, but I don't know. I think we might hold off on that. What about suspension? Again, we can't really confirm that because that's based on one that is not fitted on the car yet. Let's hold on. Let's hold off for now. Let's not throw any more money unnecessarily, unless we can maybe get a rear wing research. Again, nothing. Side pods, nothing. Underfloor, nothing. Eesh. Research is going to be brutal this year for next season. Expertise is going to absolutely cripple us. Alright, we've got a wind tunnel hire coming up. That's worth another 1.3 mil. That's quite a bit less than the last wind tunnel hire we got, which was 4.7 mil. Let's get some stuff put in. Let's do the scouts and let's do the weather center. I don't really want to put a second factory in there because we might need to start building parts soon, and I don't want to slow things down too much. So we'll go with that. We've got our scout reports that are still valid for another couple of months before they run out, so there's no major dramas there. Let's advance time a little bit more. We went a day and something in the inbox. Sean has run out of patience. Okay. Yeah, I don't know why he suddenly decided that we were nowhere near. Bortoletto has come back to us with a change. It's a little bit more. He also wants a slightly more signing bonus, and he wants a very unrealistic race target bonus. Let's get rid of the race bonus. Let's change the wage. $7 million is where I'm prepared to go. Not prepared to pay him any more on a signing bonus. Just wary of the fact that we've got that buyout fee as well, you see, for another $1 million. What about an extra year? It doesn't make too much of a difference. So we'll try that. There we go. So we won't find out now until after Monaco, I would imagine. Maybe even after Spain. Races are going to start coming thick and fast, as you can see. After Canada, we've got a 2-week gap before we go to Monaco. And then after Monaco, we're back-to-back with Spain. Then a week off, then back-to-back between Austria and Silverstone. And then after that, we have a week off and back-to-back between Spa and Hungary before the mid-season break. So, yeah, it's going to start getting very crowded on the calendar again. Let's get back to where we are. There we are. You can see a lot of parts being built at the moment. What's being built here? Chassis, suspension, and underfloor. That's suspension and underfloor. So we'll have both parts for parts for both cars, but only one chassis, and that'll be for Fernando. There we go. To the inbox. Strategy prep suggests it's going to be warm without rain. And yeah, it's going to be warm on Saturday for the sprint. Might be a bit cooler on these days, but again, we've seen that our predicted temperatures are nowhere near what we were expecting. So I'm going to treat it as though it's going to be race day like it's going to be here, around 25 degrees. 2-stop might be the way to go. An aggressive 2-stop as well, but we shall see. That is Monday's Grand Prix. We are out of time now for the rest of this week. So let's go ahead and quickly fit those new parts before I forget for next week, which I probably will do. Let's just put them all on Alonso first of all to see how much of a step forward these parts take the car, because they were equal spec a moment ago. It's not side pods, it's suspension and underfloor. So let's see what kind of improvements we've got from Alonso's car to Stroll's. Car analysis, change team, Aston, car 2. There we go. So, speed, we have gained a little bit. 0.35 kilometers an hour. We've gained 0.003G, no, 002G. We've gained, what, 0.37% on straight mode. It's nothing at all. We have gained a bit of downforce. Not a massive amount, but a bit. Same on the medium speed. High speed's probably had the biggest gain. We've also gained, what, 0.31% on dirty air. So, again, negligible. Almost non-existent. Tyre wear's gained a nice bit, though. We're now at 49.4% over 42.5%. And that's now 7th best tyre wear on the grid. That's not bad. So that opens up better options for us strategy-wise. We can fit some of those parts to Stroll. Not all of them, because we don't have an extra chassis yet. But we can give him the new underfloor, as long as he doesn't break it. And we can give him the new suspension. Again, hopefully he doesn't break it. There we go. So, both of our cars get a little bit of love. But we're still really struggling. We have got really good tyre wear, though. I say 7th. We're only just above the average. You can see the little markers there to suggest that we are only just above that average there. Engine cooling, we're still really strong against the rest of the grid. Dirty air tolerance, we're not too far away from the average. But downforce wise, we're a mile off the average. Same on straight mode, same on top speed. And it's unlikely we're going to get close to the average this year. Maybe next year, depending on how well we can cover off some of that research. But from the look of it, research is going to be really tough for next season without having hours from the ATR. So, yeah. Okay. Let's get back to the home page. There we go. And in fact, let's go here and close off by looking at the top 5 from each. And that is where we are going to call it for today. So, I hope you have enjoyed today's Grand Prix. If you have, and you haven't already done so, give us a thumbs up. It would be much appreciated. Don't forget, you can hit that subscribe button as well for all things Jim Bob. And click on that bell for notifications as well, for live streams, any sort of notifications that I drop on the posts tab, which I have been doing more frequently over the last couple of months. If any videos drop as well, they will go live there. So, yeah, that's it for tonight. I hope you have enjoyed it. If you have, all that good stuff, don't forget to share the video as well. I'll be back on Monday at the usual time, 8 p.m, for the next round, which will be in Canada, the Montreal Grand Prix. Enjoy your weekend. Enjoy the last Dutch Grand Prix we're going to see for potentially quite a while, potentially only a season or two, depending on if we end up going back there as an emergency standing Grand Prix. Who knows? Yeah, it's sprint weekend. It will be an interesting one. And until then, that's it from me. Thanks for watching. I am Jim Bob, and I'll be back with the next Grand Prix very soon.